Okay, thank you. Please be seated. I'll call to order the 9th meeting of City Council here on April 23rd. I will start with a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are gathered today on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron peoples. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous peoples who call this territory home. We acknowledge all of the treaties that are specific to this area: the Two-Row Wampum Belt Treaty of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Civil Covenant Chain, the Beaver Hunting Grounds of the Haudenosaunee-Nanvan Treaty of 1701, the McKee Treaty of 1790, the London Township Treaty of 1796, the Huron Tract Treaty of 1827 with the Anishinaabeg and the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum of the Anishinaabeg and Haudenosaunee. The three Indigenous nations that are neighbors to the London are the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, Oneida Nation of the Thames, and the Munsee Delaware Nation, who all continue to live as sovereign nations with individual and unique languages, cultures, and customs. The City of London is also committed to making every effort to providing alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact Council Agenda at london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. And with that, it brings us to the national anthem. After studying voice performance at the University of Toronto, Imogen Was completed her bachelor's degree at Western University in collaboration with Fanshawe's Music Industry Arts Program, where she was the recipient of the 2018 Female Vocalist of the Year Award. A proud Londoner, Imogen performs in theatrical productions, music events, and festivals throughout London. She performs her own music with local indie band, the Sunshine Makers. Imogen proudly supports community arts organizations, having worked with Sunfest and London Girls Rock Camp. Please rise and join me in welcoming Imogen, who will now sing the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all our sons' command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, our true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, I'll start off with disclosures of pecuniary interest. Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I'll be declaring a conflict in the CSC report for item 2.1 as Fanshawe is my employer.
Any others? We have no recognitions today. Review of confidential matters to be considered in public. We have none. Council in closed session. We don't have any. Confirmation and signing of the minutes of previous meetings. We have the 7th meeting held April 2nd, 2024. I will look to mover and a seconder for the minutes. Moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Pribble. Any discussion on the minutes? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Stevenson, thank you. Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Right, communications and petitions. There are several, which can all be referred to various parts of the agenda where they can be discussed. Look for a motion to do that. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Filosa. Any discussion on moving those? No? Okay, we'll open that for voting too.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
No motions to which notice was given, so we're on to reports. The first report is the Planning and Environment Committee. Councillor Lehman, I know you're online. Do you have someone presenting for you? Is it the Vice Chair? Okay, I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis then.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm rising to present the 6th report of the Planning and Environment Committee. I have seen amendments circulated by individuals on item 5 and item 6. So I will move item 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7.
Okay, Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. If you could call 4, which is 3.2 separately, please. I'd like to vote on that separately.
Okay, we can do that. Anything else separate? So right now, 4, 5, and 6 are separate.
Yeah, so 1,
That's
2,
good.
and 3 I'll move to start.
Okay, so you move all of those? Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, and 7 are put on the floor by the Vice Chair to, for discussion. Any discussion? Oh, okay, seeing none, we can vote on those.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll now put item 4. This is 634 Commissioners Road West on the floor.
Okay, moved. Any discussion or comment? Okay, seeing none, we can open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
All right, go ahead.
All right, I will now put item 5 on the floor. Item 5 is 735 Wonderland Road North.
All right, item 5 is on the floor. I'll look for any comments or questions, or I think there was an amendment circulated on that. Yeah, there was a couple, I guess, so. Councilor. Okay, it's council, so you get to stand up. And
there are 3 that I know of. One from Councilor Rahman and 2 from me. And I don't know, the clerk has seen these. I don't know what order we should proceed. I don't think any of these are contrary.
Well, you're standing up first, so you can proceed with yours.
Okay, I'd like to add an additional condition for the site plan. I'd like to add 2 additional conditions to the site plan approval authority. This is under section C of the recommendations. C3 to read, civic administration is directed to consult with EMS regarding traffic mitigation measures in the vicinity as part of site plan approval. And that does have a second.
All right, you have a seconder for that?
Yes, Councilor Ferraro.
Okay, so that's moved and seconded. Just give me 1 sec. Okay, go ahead with your rationale, Counselor.
The rationale for this is, as I was asking about at the PEC, it has come to my attention that the EMS facility, which is located directly in back of the proposed site, Swiss Chalet, did not receive notice of this application. I think this is due to the fact that the notice went to the owner, which is ESAM, that owns the property, and I spoke directly with the director, and they did not receive the notice. And I think that raises a huge problem with notices in general, but particularly when there's a fire station or an EMS station, I think that we need to do a lot better about consulting with them about any potential traffic concerns, especially if we know that the traffic in the area is contentious. So I'm moving that as part of site plan approval, the administration consult with EMS, and any recommendations that they have regarding traffic mitigation measures should be incorporated into the site plan approval. That's my first one.
And you're just moving these one at a time, right, Counselor?
Okay.
Like, so you've stood up, you haven't spoken to it, you've just moved an amendment to the main, so regardless of what happens with this, you'll have an opportunity to move the other ones. Dealing with them separately probably makes the most sense. But just because the clerk put up 2, I'm just having that cleaned up, so only the first amendment is on the floor. Okay. Yes?
So your worship, I didn't want to interrupt the counselor while he was providing his rationale. This is first of all, a point of order though on process. To be consistent, I believe that we do not direct civic administration at site plan authority. We request site plan authority to consider, which is consistent with the language in Planning and Environment Committee reports across the gamut of applications. So first, I think that language needs to be altered. It's not directed, it's that site plan authority be asked to consider.
So I'm going to just ask for people's consensus. Like, this is how we always do it, assuming there's no objections. We're not going to go through the whole amend this and move it around. That's what we actually do. So if there's no objections, we'll change the language the same way that we say it all the time. Okay, great. And we'll do that on any future ones that you have. So I agree, the clerks agree, that'll get changed, it'll be updated shortly. Go ahead.
Okay, second, through you, your worship, to our staff. While the public notice may have been directed to the property owner, would not EMS, along with organizations like Upper Thames, London Hydro, others, have had a transportation circulation to provide them opportunity to comment on any transportation consideration? I know that has been used before in other applications, minor variances even, where an application is put out for comment and our agencies have an opportunity to do so. So I want to ask if this has already happened through an internal process versus the public notification process, because that matters to me. If we've done it once, then I'm satisfied. If we haven't done it through an internal process, then I could support where the councillor is coming from.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship, in terms of the notification, internal or otherwise, there is signage on the property, so people would be familiar with an application coming forward. I don't have the answer specifically if EMS was contacted internally. We do contact multiple agencies as a separate circulation list, as well as the public.
All right, any other speakers to this amendment? Councilor Ferreira?
Thank you, through you. So I'm seconding this motion just because I have also concerns with the congestion that we'll see there and how that will impact the EMS in the area. I use this area quite frequently myself for my groceries or for any of the amenities that are available. And I try to avoid, that stretch between Sarnia, that stretch of Wonderland between Sarnia and Beaverbrook as much as I can, because I know that that is very congested itself. So I could only imagine how EMS, right in the middle of everything, having to go to a call would be affected too. So I'm in full support of this motion. That's why I'm seconding it. And that's all I have to add to that.
Okay, I don't have any other speakers, so that meant you already spoke. So
Can I answer his question? He asked a specific question.
I think he got his answer from staff that they don't know. So I believe what the counselor said is he could get there if he got his answer. I think he's got his answer. He's nodding, so I think we're good. So I don't see any other speakers. We'll open this for voting on the amendment.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay. Go ahead, Counselor. Oh, sorry. First, the as amended. You're willing to move the as amended? Yeah, okay. So same mover. We're now on an as amended motion. Counselor Trosau, you wanted to go again.
A civic administration is requested. To study the issue of filtered permeability with respect to mitigating the effects of cut-through traffic resulting from the opening of Beaverbrook Avenue and Westfield Drive. This item should, I say also, but I think I would delete the word also here because the other motion that's coming up later has not been introduced yet. So also is confusing. This item should be added to a future Civic Works Committee agenda.
Okay, so colleagues will notice, although the counselor said site plan authority be requested, this is actually adding into the part of the motion already that has that context within it. So it doesn't need to say it here. It's getting actually added into the piece that has an intro that says, information for the site plan authority to consider. So that's moved. Look for a seconder on that. Counselor Hopkins is willing to second. Now you could provide some debate if you want, Counselor.
Yes, I would. And thank you for the floor through the chair. One of the most significant issues that came up throughout not only this application process, but also what I've heard from people with respect to the adjacent ESAM development project is the effects that we're going to see in terms of cut-through traffic and additional traffic that's not accounted for in the traffic study as a result of the opening of Beaverbrook and the opening of Westfield. Now, I tried to draft this in a way that is not a general area traffic study. I wanted to keep this very specific at this site plan level to this particular application. So what I'm asking for is this to be very focused with respect to the effect that people coming through Westfield and Beaverbrook could potentially have on the area right in front of the project, which is the corner of Beaverbrook and Horizons and that general vicinity. I think this is necessary because the problem with the traffic study, as I see it, is that it did not take into account in any way cumulative impacts resulting from other projects. And while the breaking through of Westfield and Beaverbrook is not part of this particular project, the city council and the planning staff and the traffic staff are well aware of the proposal to break through Westfield and Beaverbrook. And we are on notice that that is something that is going to be happening in the area. I don't know if this project will go up before those streets are constructed. I would like to ask staff, if I could, what is your best estimate as to when Westfield and Beaverbrook will be, for lack of a better word, broken through?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, in terms of the application, we are in a process of a public process for the plan of subdivision that I believe you're speaking about in terms of Beaverbrook and Westfield. However, in terms of the site plan review as part of this 735 Wonderland Road, we're prejudicing an outcome of a separate application, Planning Act application.
And I don't think, thank you, and I don't think that's I don't think it's speculative for me to predict that under this application, Westfield and Beaverbrook are going to be open, because I've been told by others that this is part of the plan all along. And I think that it is essentially not really doing an adequate job in terms of trying to determine what the actual on the ground traffic impacts coming out of the corner of Horizon and Beaverbrook, and also going into 1241 Beaverbrook, and also proceeding down towards Wonderland. I don't think it's speculative at all to foresee this as something that is very, very certainly in the future. I cannot imagine a scenario where this is not going to happen. And I have had several meetings. I have attempted to have more meetings with staff. As staff knows, we had a meeting in December. I've had several side conversations with members of traffic, with members of planning, about my concern about what is going to happen when, I'll call it Westfield Beaverbrook, becomes a through street. Beaverbrook ends at Proudfoot and it begins again at Oxford. It's going to go all the way through, and it's going to be met at Westfield, which is the end of Cherry Hill. It is immediately after 201 Westfield Drive, which is part of the Cherry Hill development. So I think that if we really want to get to the bottom, if we really want to understand what the traffic conditions are going to be like on Beaverbrook between Proudfoot and Wonderland, we have to take this into account. We have to take this into account. Otherwise, we are cutting off a very significant portion of the future traffic that is going to impact the residents and the businesses and the EMS and the funeral home and everyone else involved in this neighborhood. So I think that this is an appropriate motion. I think ultimately there has to be a broader area plan that deals with traffic. Now, I am not moving a holding provision
30
today.
seconds, Councillor.
I am not moving that this be stopped pending the preparation of a full area plan. I have tried to do this in the most minimalist way, and I thought that doing that would be to put it through site plan approval. At the same time, I do think that this is something that we have to have the Civic Works Committee look at, because it's about the construction of our streets. So I'm going to be asking for councilors to support this second C4 by filtered permeability. There are a number of different ways
Councillor, your time's up.
of doing that. And thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, Your Worship, I second this, and I'm supportive of this amendment going forward. I think we're going to have another amendment going forward dealing with traffic. There's no secondary plan here. I think any development in this area going forward, having civic administration look at or considering ways to mitigate cut-through traffic or any kind of traffic, there's nothing wrong with doing that through the site plan process. So I'm hoping my colleagues can support this area that is so congested. I'm a Costco shopper. I know this area quite well, and it's only going to get more congested as we see more development coming through, which is great. But we do really need to understand how movement works, and I don't see it really prejudicing. And any application that's going forward, just looking at site-specific applications going forward to consider it. So hoping you could support it.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So on this one, I will be an unequivocal no. And it comes down to a couple of very specific things. First of all, as we heard from our Director of Planning, this does prejudice the outcome of a future application, that this road opening is not part of this planning application process for this site-specific plan. So we are attaching something to a site plan for zoning that is not related to the actual work that's being undertaken by this developer. Further to that, I believe that if the councillors want staff to produce a report on filtered permeability for traffic mitigation, that should come through a motion at Civic Works specifically, not be attached to a motion from Planning Committee on a site-specific application. And I think that that is the way to undertake a report on filtered permeability for any area, not just for this one project. I really think that we're missing what our role is under the Planning Act in approving this application for a zoning change to start attaching conditions that are related to another application. So, and really, I think that this is one that Site Plan Approval Authority would have to say, there's not much we can consider here because it's not related to this application. So I cannot support this one. The previous one for EMS, hearing that we didn't know whether it had been circulated or not, very easy for me to support that because if they haven't gotten it, they should have, and they should have had an opportunity to comment. And much like some of the discussion that we had at Planning Committee itself, a more appropriate place for filtered permeability to be considered is when the secondary plan for this area is undertaken and moves forward, not attaching it to a particular application.
Okay, other speakers to the amendment? Okay, that exhausts the amendment speakers list. You see it before you. I'm going to open it for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails 4-10.
Okay, so we're still on the as amended motion with the change that added the EMS piece. Councillor Trosau, you were speaking to that when you moved the amendment. Are you looking to continue speaking, or?
I think that the other one,
Just use your microphone, please.
I think that the other one comes all the way at the end of the motion. It might be better to defer this until later, although I can speak to it now.
I'll just say, right now you're speaking to an as amended motion. Then you tried another amendment. So if you're making some other change, now's the time. Otherwise, you're going to get caught in this spot that if it doesn't get amended again, I'm going to say you've already spoken to this piece once. So if you're making another change, now's the time, because I don't want to put you in a spot where you can't make a change later. So.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. It's good advice. I'm going to now put on the floor the next portion of my amendment, which is delete the text in the final "it being further noted" clause, including the 4 bullets. These are on page 5 of the Planning Committee report. and the final paragraph. It being further noted that council approves the application for the following reasons. I think that these are not valid reasons. I don't think that the reasons, and I'm speaking to the merits of this now.
I don't want you to speak to the merits of it
Oh,
until
I'm
I get
sorry,
you a
okay.
seconder.
Okay.
So,
David.
okay, you have a seconder, so go ahead. Yes. Sure, go ahead.
So, Your Worship, pursuant to the Planning Act, and it being noted, a clause prepared by Civic Administration for this report in support of a recommendation is required to be passed as part of the zoning approval. We cannot delete a clause that indicates the reasons being provided in this report. So it is actually my position that this is out of order.
So I'm the chair and I'm making a ruling, but I just want to I get advice from the clerks. Sometimes I get advice from legal too. That's kind of awkward because you're across the room. So I just wanted to get your advice. This is advice just to me as I make a ruling. So I want to hear our lawyer's advice on this as well.
Thank you, and through your worship, Section 34 of the Planning Act does require a brief explanation, so that is why that information would have been included in the original version.
Okay, I have enough information now. So I will rule the amendment out of order. We require reasons under the Planning Act, as is the advice that the clerk gave me, as well as the solicitor. So although moved and seconded now on the floor, now that I've read it, I'm not going to entertain proceeding with this because it would be counter to the rules that we're required to follow. So you can challenge the chair if you'd like on that, but I'm going to rule that this is not a valid amendment based on our requirements under the Act. Councilor, you want to challenge?
The reason I want to, yes, I want to challenge
Okay,
because
then-
it's, you don't need this language. You need some language, but language, if this is voted down, and I see nodding from the planning staff, if
Yes.
this is voted down, there could be other substitute
That's-
language put in.
That's correct. And when this has been done in the past, Councillor, there's been, we're deleting this, we're adding this, it's contained within a motion. If this were to pass and then a subsequent motion failed, we would be out of compliance. So a more consolidated motion would have been fine. Just a motion deleting pieces is not fine. So it's out of order. If you want to challenge me, you can. But that's my ruling because there's nothing else attached to this motion that says what you're saying. So
Well, can I add some language that would be more focused?
no, you've moved this and it's seconded. I've ruled it out of order. It's no longer on the floor. You could proceed with making an amendment now if you'd like, but that one never made it to the floor. It's out of order. So you can either challenge that I didn't allow it to go for the floor, or you can proceed with the next amendment that they can make, even if it's like this and what you're just about to say. But the quickest path to moving forward is, my ruling is you can't do this without putting reasons on.
Okay.
So, yeah.
In which case, I'll just make an amendment to say in the it being acknowledged, and I'll make this really short, because I was prepared to go through each one of these bullets and explain why I think it's a very perilous legal position for us to be taking. But I'll limit it to the last paragraph, it being acknowledged that any and all oral and written submissions.
Listen, Counselor,
On balance.
just for a second, your motion was out of order. You're still speaking on the as amended motion.
Yes.
If you want to make another amendment, you need to tell me what that is. I'll seek a seconder, and then you can provide your rationale. Right now, you're providing rationale to an amendment that is on the list as council, so it's a little more formal than committee. So you either speak to the as amended motion that we had that has already been approved, you make another amendment now with the time that you have left, but you don't just speak to an amendment that doesn't exist right now.
Okay, I would then move to strike the words taken into consideration, on balance, taken into consideration by council as part of its deliberations, because I think that the overall gist of what we heard from the public was contrary to this. There was, not only was there substantial evidence on the record.
Okay, Councillor, you get to provide your rationale in 1 second. Let me just,
Okay.
I understand your amendment now. You want to strike everything after the comma, the taken into consideration by council. You want to strike that? Give me a sec. Okay, so my understanding of the act is that we have to listen to the public and we have to explain that how they have impacted or not the decisions that we're putting forward. So this is the clause, the it being noted clause, that recognizes that there was a public participation meeting and we have a motion that committee has approved. So unfortunately, Councillor, I'm not going to allow you to strike that piece. One, the sentence doesn't make sense anymore. And two, it's what happened at committee. Like, well, you can disagree whether every single person's comment was listened to, but it was taken into account, whether listened to or not on each individual section. That's what occurred. I'm not going to entertain a motion to strike that from the committee's recommendation because it is a factual piece of what occurred, and it's also a required acknowledgement of the process that happened under the act, from my understanding, which I see nods from our staff. So I also believe this amendment is not valid, so I'm not going to allow it to go on the floor either.
On the third bullet point, I'd like to amend the third bullet point to say the recommended amendment does not, I want to add the word does not, facilitate the development of a site within the built area boundary and primary transit area with an appropriate form of infill development, adding, quote, without further traffic and transit analysis. What's so funny?
No crosstalk, please. Listen, Counselor, before I can even decide on this, I actually need the language that you said. Like, you want to replace the third bullet point with something else. So you want to amend the third bullet point to read a different way? That's what you're trying. Okay, but use your microphone so everybody can hear.
Instead of facilitates, I would say do not facilitate. And at the end, without further traffic and transit analysis.
Councillor, the committee made a recommendation. This is part of the rationale that the committee made for the recommendation. Switching the rationale from a positive to a negative is counter to the committee's decision that's come before us. So I can't allow you to do that. It's absolutely contrary to what the committee forwarded to council. So, so that's also not an amendment you can make. It's counter to the committee's decision. It's part of their rationale for the decision they made. So that's not allowed.
In that case, I'll dispense with the other ones, which would be of similar form. And I understand from your ruling that the appropriate way for me to proceed would be to vote against the amendment. And if that fails, take it from there.
Thank you, Councillor. So where we are is, thank you, I appreciate that. I have, so on the as amended motion, which was the original committee recommendation with the change to the EMS that was successfully added to it, I now have Councillor Stevenson next on the speaker's list, and then Councillor Councillor Rahman, you had your hand up before. Oh, okay. Councillor Stevenson, was it on the amendment we were just talking about? Because I had Councillor Rahman on a list one back, and then when I saw your hand, it was on that amendment, so.
It's okay. I voted incorrectly on the last one and I was looking to correct it, but it's okay. I'm just going to let it go.
Oh, okay. Well, it's on the public record now about that, so people will know that that was your.
Yes, I meant to vote no. Okay, thank you.
Okay, excellent. I'll go to Councillor Rahman now.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So my amendment would read that it be further noted that through this application, residents, business owners, and community members raised concerns about ongoing traffic issues, movement of ambulances, and the need for traffic planning in this area to address increased density from development planned in the West London area, and that this item should be included in future MMP reports to CWC that discuss transit, road network, and active transportation planning for West London.
All right, do you have a seconder for that? Okay, you got a seconder. All right, do you want to provide some rationale then?
Yeah, thank you. I voted against this at committee, 735 Wonderland Road North, mostly because I couldn't contend with the lived reality in the area regarding the traffic, and then the discussion around adding increased density, as well as knowing that there are other potential applications coming forward that will also increase density. So with that in mind, I wanted to find a way forward where it would be possible to have this information go to CWC for discussion, and trying to navigate that process between committees and how we can then send something to another committee that's dealing with a related issue, I think is something that we need to smooth out. But one of the things we heard also at that meeting, as we were hearing the concerns from residents, is that in order for their feedback to be heard into the MMP process, they would actually need to really submit that again. Although there were staff there and staff were willing to take that feedback and were hearing that feedback, it also needs to continue to flow into the MMP as we continue that discussion. So I'm hoping that this allows for a place for those conversations to be heard, and that residents, area business owners, and those that we heard from, including EMS in the consultation piece, will have that opportunity as this continues to move forward at CWC through our MMP reports. The thing I was really trying to grapple with was whether or not, outside of doing a secondary plan, is there a way to do a transportation planning exercise that then considers all of the applications that are current, as well as some that are perhaps coming and what's to come in the area, so that the planning can be done from a traffic perspective. And I know we talked just now about the permeability issue, and I'm hoping that based on the discussion, this is part of what will be discussed at CWC. So again, I think we have an avenue to do this work, to hear from residents effectively, but in order to do that, we need to ensure that we're within our own processes, finding ways to move these items onto agendas.
Okay, I'll look for speakers on this amendment. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, again, while I appreciate where the councillor is trying to go, I will not be supporting this, because once again, we're trying to tie an overall traffic transportation issue to one single planning application on one property in the area. We know that there are multiple properties that are potentially under development or have already had approved zoning. I'm aware of one slightly to the west of Wonderland Road that was approved a year and a half ago. I lose track, planning committee meetings come all the time, but I know there was a significant number of units approved there as well. But by taking one item from one PEC agenda and saying included in MMP reports, I don't think actually really addresses it, and I don't want us to also start down the slope of we're going to refer every PEC report to the MMP. I think, again, the appropriate discussion here is for a motion to come forward at Civic Works to address how the MMP is looking at the overall transportation issue in West London, separate and standalone from this planning application. I don't think that we can be tying a Civic Works review of transportation and traffic issues to a planning application. And I think that if we try to do so, we're actually setting ourselves up for, and not necessarily on this file, but on future files, we could be setting ourselves up for some significant challenges, including ones that may go to the OLT if we start trying to impose certain conditions. Now, in this particular language, I'm not sure that that would actually be the case, but I'm concerned if we start tying this to one planning agenda item, that we are going to start having to do this every council meeting, and what the MMP team is going to get is piecemeal, one at a time as their zoning is approved, instead of letting them take a look at the overall picture at a snapshot in time and addressing it from there. Because right now, they will get this one, and then next week there's another planning committee meeting, and they may get another one at that council cycle, and then another one at the following council cycle. And for the MMP team, I don't think that that's fair to be sending them stuff that way either. So that's why I won't be supporting this.
I'm looking for other speakers on this. Go ahead, Councilor Ferreira.
Thank you. I will be speaking to the main motion, I guess, but I do want to say that I will be supporting this just because it's more palatable for me, especially considering that everything was mentioned. So just keeping it short, I will be in support of this amendment, and I will have some further things to say on the main.
Other speakers? Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly thank the Deputy Mayor for his comments. That was helpful. Thank you.
Okay, other speakers? Councillor Trosa?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think everything the deputy mayor said would be much more palatable to me if we first had an area plan. We don't have an area plan, and that's the flaw. And the question has to be the policy question that we have to be raising. And yes, it's going to intersect with this application. It has to. And yes, it's going to intersect with the next application that comes up that's already been set for a public participation meeting. And yes, it's going to intersect with other applications in the area that have not yet been set for public participation meetings. The fact of the matter is, we can't make these cumulative traffic transit issues go away. And the fact that we do not have an area plan to guide us in an overall manner makes it all the more imperative that we look at these questions in each individual application. Now, the specter of an appeal has been raised. And I don't think it's enough to come in here and say, well, if you look at this additional set of considerations, that may lead to an appeal. If you don't do that, it may lead to an appeal. Because quite frankly, I think this record is very weak in terms of supporting some of the claims that are being made. And what the counselor is trying to do here, and what I attempted to do through my amendments, was to at least try to provide some semblance of planning rationality to this overall decision that we're making. The fact of the matter is, this application, as well as the other applications that I've seen along this corridor, are basing their zone change, London plan, official plan status amendments on the notion of a transit village. And the question the public keeps asking, and I think it's a question I keep asking, is where's the transit village? And I think the only way we're going to be able to answer that question is by asking the types of broader inquiries that Councilor Rahman is trying to make through her motion. So I think that her motion, in a way, could save this whole thing. Now, I think that basically what I'm hearing is we want to put blinders on, just like the horse. Blinders, just like the horse. And we don't want to look at anything else. We just want to look at this particular application. But you see, when you have traffic going down, for example, Beaverbrook, you cannot put those blinders on. You need to take into account everything else that's happening in the area. And again, if we had the benefit of an area plan, which we don't, a lot of these questions will have already been answered. So I think it's quite appropriate to ask for assistance from one of our city committees, especially in light of the fact that it is indisputable that these issues are tied in with the mobility master plan. So I think having another committee meeting, having another committee who has primary jurisdiction over the mobility master plan makes a lot of sense. Now, my preference would be to just stop this and do an area plan. And I was told that's not feasible. But I think that Councilor Rahman's motion is very sensible and we should adopt it. It's not everything I would like to see, and I still worry about the timing, but I think it's better than what's on the table. So I'll urge everybody to please support this motion, and I really want to thank Councilor Rahman for coming forward with this. Thank you.
Councilor Lehman.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair. I just want to remind committee when discussions for the widening of Wonderland Road between Springbank and Sarnia Road were on, we passed a motion, my motion actually, to specifically include that stretch of road, which includes this Beaverbrook Wonderland intersection. That I was told by staff, the only solution there would be to widen Wonderland. Unfortunately, that was delayed. But included in the master mobility plan is direction to specifically address this stretch of road. I understand the concerns of councillors that are speaking for this motion. However, I agree with the deputy mayor in that it's a dangerous slope to tie it to a specific application. There's concerns raised about, well, we don't have a plan for this area. Well, I'll remind council that we don't have a secondary plan yet completed for Wellington Gateway. And that's where we do have transit going up. And a lot of development is coming that way. So if we are going to start delaying projects just because we don't have a secondary plan, again, it's going to delay us building homes, quite frankly. The mass mobility plan is coming with specific direction to this specific area. So I cannot support this at this moment. Now, this doesn't preclude the councillor from making a motion at Civic Works for, on this type of vein of action. I just don't think at this particular point with this particular application, it's the right way to go. So I won't be supporting it.
Okay, and Councillor Rahman, who presented her motion, but was strategic and didn't speak to it, wants to be on the list now, so she can speak next.
Thank you, and through you. So I just want to clarify to start that there's no holdup in this application based on it being a further noted clause that would relate to referring something to a committee. It's just a structural move to show a link between the decision-making that we're doing at planning and then following through from there to council to committee. And the main reason for this, again, is it shows the public that the information they're providing in the public participation meetings that take place alongside the applications is valid, that we're hearing what they're saying, and we're finding the right avenue to steer that conversation so that there is connectivity between what we're doing to intensify the city and what we're doing to move around the city. So I personally, again, was trying to reflect that. We pride ourselves on being a collaborative council. We pride ourselves on our ability to think outside of the box in how we address issues. What I've seen us have some reluctancy on, where I'd like to see us work more hand in glove, is on being able to have these conversations between committees when we're working on things, so it's not as siloed. And unfortunately, in my opinion, this siloing is having an impact on how the community perceives how we're planning the city. They do not see that there is a collaborative move to address our intensification targets and our mobility plan. And I think that we need to give people that surety. So again, this is a way to bring this back to an agenda of CWC with some of the commentary that we heard. Yes, it's attached to an application, but it's not stopping anything to do with the application. It's more a directive note. And I think that we should be able to make those notes so that the public see where we're going. Absolutely, I have no issue going to CWC and having further dialogue on this. But we need to start somewhere with saying we hear you and we're addressing your concerns, and it's going to be here. And it's going to happen at this committee where we're going to have further discussion of how we're building out this area and how we're going to move around this area. So that was the intention here. There is no holdup. And again, I ask council to consider the opportunity to bring this up on a future agenda for CWC.
Okay, I have myself next on the list, so I'm going to have Councillor Pelosa chair.
Thank you. I have the chair recognizing Mayor Morgan.
There we go. Appreciate the debate and discussion so far. I want to pick up off of where Councillor Lehman left. Not that I necessarily am going to vote the same way as him on this, but I think he brought up some good previous context that assists in this decision making. it can feel like things are very siloed, and especially given the time frame between different directions that council has provided on matters in this area. Councillor Lehman mentioned specifically an item that was referred into the Master Mobility Plan about foregoing the widening of Wonderland Road to take a look on a more holistic perspective, the transit needs of that area, as well as the pinch points and the congestion pieces, particularly in the more tighter area around that particular transit village. And I'll say it is a transit village. So for anybody wanting to know where the transit village comes from, it's in the London Plan. It's very clearly in the London Plan. It's anticipated that irrespective of the current iteration of the rapid transit network, that these are areas of transit convergence and density and places that are growing. So the other decisions that have been made along this is through a motion actually that Councillor Lehman, Councillor Hopkins and I made that went to the Rapid Transit Implementation Working Group that was approved by SPPC and then referred into the Mass Mobility Plan, was looking at higher order transit servicing this transit village, as well as one associated with the transit village at Masonville. Those things are contained within the Mass Mobility Plan, which is why this is not actually, in my opinion, anything new. The newness is that was done a while ago. I think area residents don't know that that was put in there. They've raised some concerns that is relevant to the consideration of those adjustments within the Mass Mobility Plan. And so recognizing their contributions and finding a place for them, aligning with previous decisions we made, I don't have a huge objection to. The other thing we decided too was from a strategic standpoint, based on staff's capacity, was we reordered the way that we were doing the secondary plans. So it's not that we aren't going to do a secondary plan for this, but the Wellington Gateway was a prioritization given the build out of that particular part of the network. That has, of course, benefits and consequences. We're seeing in some of the concerns the consequences of that. The benefits will be on the Wellington Gateway side of things, which we see another massive potential for upscaling of development there, including the purchase of the mall and the desire to build residential density there. So, you know, I think we're moving all of these pieces actually together. I think we struggle based on the time frame and based on previous decisions on having them feel all linked together in the same way. But this is why we have to be very cautious. And I know council has done it once, and I support the democratic decision-making of council, delayed the Mass Mobility Plan to take some other considerations into play. Every time we do that, you know, we're slowing down all of these considerations and coming to a conclusion about what that's going to look like and all of the decisions that we'll have to make that stem from that based on transit and all modes of transportation in an area like the one we're talking about. So I think we have all the pieces of the puzzle together. It doesn't feel like they're together. I think what Councillor Rahman's trying to do here is say to residents, you gave some concern, there's a place for this. In fact, there's actually previous council decisions and motions that say we're going to consider these things. So we just got to land it in a different spot so that you can see that it's landing there. The fact that it being further noted actually doesn't give a lot of weight or directionality to the motion. It's a recognition, I think, as was just described, that we hear the public and we're considering these items in a space where we know we're already having the discussion. So I don't know if that additional context was helpful for colleagues. I know that it kind of feels like a very divided thing, but I actually think that there's a lot of alignment with previous decision-making and I think a true and honest desire to let the public know that although we may proceed with these sorts of intensified developments, we are thinking about the overall impacts, and we've got a place for that. And we have to really ensure that we land the Mass Mobility Plan as soon as possible so that we can actually see the complete picture of what mobility looks like, not just in this area, but across the city.
Thank you. I return the chair to Mayor Morgan.
Okay, other speakers on this amendment? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the amendment, which was moved by Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Trosau, for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails 6-8.
Okay, so we're on the same as amended motion as before. A good a number of people have spoken to it. Is there other speakers to the as amended motion? Councillor Ferreira, you have not spoken to this part yet, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I appreciate the discussion that we've had so far, and watching the PEC committee, I thought that was a very good debate. I thought some real aspects were brought up, good details, and just really receiving feedback from the community who lives in the area. I really appreciated that. I do hear that, it's the primary transit area that's really of concern, and that was my concern originally at first when I was looking at that. I feel like, especially with what we saw with the bullet points and removing that, I would like to see us build and reference provincial policy statements or whatever policy with real aspects of what's actually on the ground. So, we're using the transit place type to, increase the intensity there. And I would say above and beyond what the transit place type allows for, 22 stories, we're asking for 25. I feel like that just kind of doesn't make sense to me, which, seeing with Councillor Rahman's motion, that would have got me a little bit closer to the approval of this application. But basically, I have those basic concerns. It's a 25-story above the 22-story, referencing the transit village or the transit village place type, but not necessarily having a transit village in the area. I'm concerned with the residential part. 219 residential units coming off of Horizon Drive. If you ever go to Horizon Drive, that is constantly involved with congestion and traffic. It's very hard to move through there, and it doesn't matter whether it's peak time or not for a lot of portions of the day. If you look at the entire amount of units itself, 272 units, you see that I see issues with, the connection coming off of Wonderland, the connection going on to Beaverbrook, cut through traffic possibilities that could happen there. And again, it goes back to the transit village place type. We don't necessarily have that. The big issue that I have is, as was kind of referenced, we have applications coming in the future that are using the same type of policy to increase the intensity. 530 Oxford Street has the same thing. That's 33 stories above the 22 stories. And actually on the planning notice application, it does make reference that the transit village place type fronting a rapid transit corridor on the main street uses that language in the notice of application. So I'm just concerned with how we're using, what we have on paper to intensify. And it just, that's what's kind of holding me on that. And that's what's holding me back. I do like to see the work coming to Civic Works possibly with this motion. I really think that we need to start building in a way where we're just a little bit ahead of catching up to the development that's already happening. So at this moment, I'm not necessarily in favor of voting for this application, and I'm going to be voting it down. I was really hoping that we could get some of the amendments on the floor to carry me over that. But just looking at that and what we have on 530 Oxford Street at this time, what we'll be coming to us soon, I just can't carry my vote with that, considering the realities on the ground. So, thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. And through the chair, I just wanted to say my comments on this. I heard loud and clear when I was campaigning and since then that people need housing. They need access to housing for them, for the people that they love, for the people that they know, and it affects the affordability. And so I have voted to support developments in my ward despite certain concerns, and there always are concerns. And I really think that we need to, or I will be continuing to support development opportunities in this city. And we get to work on, I believe, work on other aspects of our transportation and infrastructure and certain other things that are causing concern. But I will definitely be supporting this, and as I have the ones in my ward as well.
Other speakers? Okay, I put myself on the speaker's list. I just had to confer with the clerk on something. I'll have Councillor Pelosi chair again.
Thank you. I have the chair, Mayor Morgan.
Okay, I'll be a little quicker this time. I appreciate the dialogue. I'll support the application. I did support the amendment, but I appreciate that it didn't pass. I want to be clear through the presiding officer. It's not helpful for members of council to say a place type doesn't exist that actually does exist. This is a transit village. There are 4 transit villages. A transit village is our plan for intensifying in that area in a way that aligns with our official plan. Map 1 of the place types shows exactly where they are. They have defined boundaries, and it's very clear that this is a transit village. You can say we don't have enough transit there, and the mass mobility plan and the work that's being done there can help resolve that problem through the work that we've done and all the referrals we've made into it. But these are transit villages in the city. They are areas where transit already is consolidated. There are areas where we know they're going to grow. That is our plan to actually densify these areas across the city. You know, and by the way, a secondary plan where we've used them before actually is not in making more intensity. In the Masonville case, it actually incorporated the smoothing of the density around the edges where it was potentially going to create challenges with the existing neighborhoods based on the topography there. Not every transit village has that challenge. Right now, there's just a flat upscale of density to a certain level. There's going to be places within these areas where more density might be desirable and less. In the absence of us having that, the official plan says lots of density here, and this is a transit village. And so I don't see anything within this application that doesn't align with that sort of decision-making. I recognize that councillors are concerned about challenges, and there are challenges in this area and every other area of the city that is growing from a congestion, livability, services in the area, all of the things and all of the challenges that a growing city has, right? So we're going to work on those together. In this case, I support this particular development, but I just wanted to state clearly for the record that this is a transit village according to our approved official plan. It's a place of density, it's a place of focus for future transit-oriented conversations, and it is already multiple things referred into this area that are contained within the assessments under the Master Mobility Plan as well. So great discussion, I think, on something. It's probably not going to be the last one, but hopefully as we have them, we get a little clearer picture and perspective of each other's concerns, so we can focus those into areas where we can make a difference for Londoners.
Thank you. I return the chair to the mayor, recognizing Councillor Trousseau also has his hand up to speak.
Yes, and Councillor Trousseau, my understanding is you spoke to the as amended motion because I remember saying to you, make amendments or speak now, because you'd already started speaking and then made an amendment now.
Well, I have not spoken to this main part yet, so I'm going to do that now. And I spoke to the amendments, and I have not spoken to the main motion that's on the floor. And I think as the ward councillor, I have quite a few things I want to say.
Councillor, stop talking for 1 sec, please. Thanks. Honestly, I can't keep track of how much you spoke before you moved your amendments.
Well, I didn't.
So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say you can speak now on providing your comments on the as amended motion. But you've already done your amendments, so go ahead and speak.
I've already done my amendments. I have not spoken to the main motion yet, so thank you very much.
That's what I just said, yes.
Yes. So my time will start now. I would have liked, as the ward councillor, to be able to sort of act as sort of a facilitator between the people in my ward who have very, very serious and substantial concerns about this particular project and the broader project of building housing. I cannot do that. I can't do it for a couple of reasons. Every single time I have attempted to bring something up that will ameliorate the harshness to the people on the ground from this application, it's been shot down. It's either been shot down on procedural grounds or I've been told, well, you know, you have to just stick to this application. I am sticking to this application. Now, I cannot imagine an infill application that is less suitable to this area than what we have in this situation. Compare this to some of the other applications that are pending or will be pending in the area, where there's been a lot of thought given to the surrounding land and how the land will blend in with the high-rise. This is a 25-story high-rise. Even in the Transit Village area, you're allowed 22 stories. We're allowing them to go to 25. It's never been clear to me where those extra 3 stories come from. My concern here is not the 3 stories. My concern here is the site. Kids go downstairs and play in the parking lot. This is a strip mall parking lot, albeit a very successful strip mall, which leads me to want to talk about the tenants in the strip mall. And I spoke to them. I canvassed them. They had no idea that this was going on until I came around with the notice, because the sign wasn't up. The sign wasn't up until the end of the comment period. And then the comment period was extended for a few days. But the sign was not put up in a timely way. I spoke to planning staff about that. EMS directly told me that they did not know about this. And I spoke to many of the other, actually most of, the merchants in the area, including people in the office building. They didn't know about this, which speaks to something that it goes beyond this particular application, and that's the weakness in our notice provisions. And I do intend to well, I'm not on PEC, but I will ask for some relief from the current notice provisions. I want to speak to the main reason why I cannot support this development. And that is, in my view, and I say this very respectfully, it is not a good development. Yes, we want infill, but the infill has to be appropriate. The infill has to bear some reasonable relationship to the lives of people that are going to be affected by the project. This one does not. This one does not. The fact that you have an EMS station in back of this, and they weren't even consulted, really speaks to some of the problems that we've got in terms of how we're interpreting our planning rules. Now, it is absolutely true, and it will come as no surprise to people, that we've got other similar projects coming down the line. We've got the Twin Towers in back of Nash Jewelers at 530 Oxford. We've got the huge ESAM project. We're also going to be looking at a project from Rand in front of Fleetway that's also going to be massive. At some point, we'll be looking at development on the Rona site. And who knows what else. There might be other ones south of Oxford that I've missed. But the fact of the matter is, we are sticking our heads in the proverbial sand by narrowing our focus to just this application. And I think that
Okay,
that is...
Counselor. Point of personal privilege. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. I've done my due diligence. I've read the report. Just because my opinion varies doesn't mean that I'm proverbially sticking my head in the sand. We've already been accused earlier of being horses with blinders on. I'm going to ask the councilor to retract those comments.
Respectfully, I really don't think I can, and the reason for that...
Okay, Counselor, hold on.
Okay.
A point of personal privilege has been called.
And it wasn't directed to her.
No. It's fine. I will make a comment on the point of personal privilege. You don't just jump in. Okay, Counselor, I have always said people are going to have difference of opinions, but we have to have a level of decorum, and sometimes that decorum is based on the intent, and sometimes it's based on the impact. So in this case, I tend to agree with Counselor Pelosa that you can say exactly what you're saying in a different way, and it would be helpful to, I think, the discussion if you could retract the comment that you just made in the way that you did and continue with the time that you have left in a way that you could say the same thing in a way that is, I think, more helpful to the debate that we're trying to have here.
Let me reframe it then, Mayor, and try to reframe it in a way that's more helpful to the debate. And that is, when we're evaluating this application,
Right?
when we're evaluating this
No,
application,
Stop. I got another point of personal privilege. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I didn't actually hear the councillor retract his statement or apologize.
reframe it. And that's what I was asked to do.
Hey.
Well, I'm going to reframe it. And by reframing it, I'm retracting it, and I'm going to say it a
Okay.
different way.
You are retracting it.
Yeah, well, I said I'm going to say it a different way.
Yes, I think what we want to hear is that you've retracted your statement, correct?
I'm going to retract the statement and restate it a different way.
That's fine. You can absolutely restate it a different way.
Yeah.
He's retracted
Well, that's,
it
I don't
very
understand
clearly.
what your problem is then, because
We're
that's
not
what I
gonna-
said I was doing.
Listen, yes, don't, Counselor,
No, go
through
ahead.
through the chair, you can't look at someone and say, I don't know what your problem is. That is not how we debate. You can express your opinion through the chair to other members of council or to staff in a respectful way, but you cannot do what you just did, and that is look at someone across the room and say what you said, right? We will do things through the chair. You have the ability now to say what you've retracted your statement, which I appreciate, and it completes the point of personal privilege from 2 councillors. You have time left, and you're going to say your point in a different way.
Yes, I'm going to.
Go ahead, please.
I'm going to try when I get the floor back. Tell me when my time starts again.
I'm giving you the floor now, and I will restart your time now, and I was paused that entire time.
Okay.
Go
So-
ahead, Counselor.
So perhaps my analogies were too colorful or offensive. What I'm trying to get at here is when you're evaluating an application, you can't stop at its borders. You can't stop at its physical boundaries. You have to take into account the cumulative effects, and I want to stress the word cumulative effects of everything else that is going on in the area.
You
And
have
by
30
the way,
seconds, Counselor.
I'm not, is that okay? Is that better?
Yeah, that's good. You got 30 seconds left.
Thank you.
I'm just letting you know.
So I think the main flaw with this application is the way that we have unduly limited ourselves in terms of what we're looking at, when in fact, there is ample evidence on the record, including other traffic studies, other applications that are pending, other applications that we know are coming down the pike, and to just ignore them, I think is an error that I think this council should not be making. In closing, I would encourage people to be opposed to this application. This is without prejudice. I'm sorry, can I make a point of privilege and ask people not to be laughing? while-
Okay, it's your time is actually up, Counselor, and I was getting flagged that I actually wasn't looking, and I gave you 15 seconds extra of time there.
Okay, well, I
They were
think I
flagging
made,
to me that I just lost track of time there.
Okay.
So, but you're done, your time, you've
Okay.
had extra.
thank
so-
you very much.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lewis to the as amended motion.
Yes, on the main motion as amended, Your Worship, which, you know, I have to start by saying through you that the only way for us to get on the speakers list is to raise our hand for you to see us, to be recognized later. So I'm going to offer a couple of comments here. And first, during this debate, I've had a chance to actually have staff confirm that the Commander of Operations for EMS was in fact notified about this application. So while the individuals in the individual EMS station may not have been, the Commander of Operations was. So I think that that's the first piece of information that I want to share with colleagues. But I also want to take this opportunity to point out, and through you, I'm going to take the opportunity to ask our staff to confirm. The public notices that we provide comply with provincial statutory regulations, correct? Through you.
Go ahead.
Yes, through your worship, that's correct.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So when we provide public notice to anyone, when we start varying from that, not only will we be incurring a cost, but then we start setting ourselves up to have to do this for every application across the city because we're setting a new standard. So I would not be supportive of that. And when I hear, and I heard this at another application, actually, an application I believe in Councillor Pelosa's ward along the Wellington Gateway project, that a tenant wasn't notified by their landlord, a commercial tenant, I should specify. And really for me, from a planning perspective, that is the issue between the landlord and the tenant. The commercial tenant has a lease. They have an agreement with the landlord. If the landlord has not informed them of works happening, has not made provisions for that through their lease, then there is civil action that that tenant can take with regard to the landholder. So I can't make a decision on a planning application based on whether the manager of a restaurant has been advised by the property owner that work is going to happen. I just can't do that. That's not something that falls under our responsibility. That's a landlord leasing issue, not a planning committee issue to consider. So I'm going to be very supportive of this application. I encourage colleagues to do the same. I do want to recognize Councillor Rahman's motion and concern, and I think she will follow through and bring forward something to Civic Works. I think it should dovetail nicely on the work that Councillor Lehman, yourself as the previous Ward 7 councillor, your worship, and Councillor Hopkins as Ward 7 councillors did at the end of the previous term of council with regard to referring the secondary plan, which was moved down the prioritization list for the Wellington Gateway process to move forward, still have this folded into it for future consideration. So I think that the work is already done, but I think to Councillor Rahman's point about putting the puzzle pieces together and addressing that through a future Civic Works motion makes some sense there if it's building on the work that's already been started. So that's why I'm going to be supportive of this, and I'm going to encourage colleagues to do the same.
Okay, I don't have any other speakers to this as amended motion. Councillor Rahman, go ahead to the as amended motion.
Thank you, and I'll be quick. I just wanted to say I appreciate the dialogue today. I appreciate the willingness to have conversation around some of the issues that impact residents in the area that were connected to the application. Ultimately, I agree with my colleagues. We do need more housing and we need to support more growth in the city. However, I'm happy that we got into the site plan approval authority a request to look at the EMS traffic flows in the area. And I look forward to bringing a motion to, although I'm not on the committee, to CWC to be able to have further discussion about addressing congestion and growth in the West London area. And I appreciate our discussion around transit villages. However, I do want to caution that we only are part of the puzzle when it comes to transit designation. We're not funding our transit entirely, and we would be completely reliant on the federal government for funding. So right now we have 2 legs of transit villages in 2 areas that are not funded, particularly when it comes to adding transit and higher order transit. So I think, again, that's what the public is pointing to. And they're saying that that's where perhaps these designations don't flow as well, but it is good to note where we want to grow as well. So I'll be supporting the application and moving forward with more conversation, hopefully at CWC.
Okay, that exhausts the speakers list on this. Is now the as amended motion. I'm going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-2.
Colleagues, I might suggest we do like a 10-minute break, so people can get a drink, use the washroom. That was a good debate, but got a little bit heated. I think myself, I wouldn't mind just doing 10 minutes.
I was going to suggest, Your Worship, we have 1 item left on the Planning and Environment Committee agenda. Perhaps we could dispense with that before moving on
we
to
could
the
do one
next
more.
committee report.
If I see nods, yeah, one more and then we'll take a break. Okay, let's get planning done. Okay, go ahead and present the next one, the last one.
Okay, I will now put item 6 on the floor. This is the Byron Gravel Pit Secondary Plan. I've pulled this one as I believe Councillor Frank has an amendment she wishes to put forward.
Okay, so you've put it on the floor. Councillor Frank, go ahead.
Thank you, yes. Hopefully this will be a nice one because I think birds are really happy. So I'm just going to talk about birds for a couple minutes. But essentially, we got an excellent report from staff regarding the Byron Gravel Pit secondary plan. There's been a lot of really good work done by staff creating what the different zones would look like and what the different purposes would be in those various areas. I'm not at all trying to hold up any kind of planning development applications or any kind of planning processes, but specifically for those who aren't aware, but I'm sure you all are, there is a significant colony of bank swallows located at this location, so over 2,000 unique birds. Bank swallows are a species at risk. The complicating issue at this location is that it is both an aggregate pit and therefore falls under the Aggregate Resources Act, as well as the bank swallows are protected under the Endangered Species Act. And there's competing provincial legislation, and we as a city and also the developers in this area are not sure what the who is correct, I guess, or what kind of legislation trumps the other one, since both are important and both are valid. So given this uncertainty, I'm just trying to ensure that the bank swallow habitat is not lost or forgotten in this whole process. So I've drafted up a bit of language. I don't know if do you want me to get a seconder and then continue finishing my remarks? I realize I just kept talking.
Yeah, I'm counting this as you're speaking to this thing, and now you want to make an amendment, so you're going to have done both, right? So.
Sure.
Okay, so you want to make an amendment now?
Yeah, and then I'm going to finish what I was saying, though. Like, as my amendment comments.
Sure. Well, once you move the amendment, you can speak the amendment too.
Great.
But you just said nice things about the main motion, and now you want to amend it. So Councillor Hopkins said she was willing to move the amendment. So moved and seconded. We're now on the amendment, and you can speak to it if you like.
Excellent. All right. So again, for those who don't know, Parks and Forestry staff will be undertaking a comprehensive park master plan for this area, especially the green space area. There's going to be a lot of exciting opportunity within this area. There's a wet space that could be used for, who knows, waterboarding or not waterboarding, surfboarding, sorry. Water sports. This will take me a minute to stop laughing. Sorry, for water sports. But one of the really exciting additions that I think would add a huge ecotourism boost would be if we had bank swallow habitat. I personally travel around Ontario going to look, I can't even look at people, going to look at birds, including Point Pelee. And if you go there in May, you can not even really book a hotel or an Airbnb because so many people are very passionate about birding. And 2,000 bank swallows, I think, would be a very big regional attraction. So in order to try and protect that, while we're moving along with this process, I want to make sure that the bank swallow habitat is captured. Whether it stays where it is in its current location, because the developers don't have to fill in the pit, or if it needs to move somewhere else on site, or if we have to create some sort of man-made infrastructure, whatever that is, I'm hoping to seek support that can be included in the staff's master plan, and that is all this direction is providing, is making sure that somewhere at this location there's habitat for the bank swallows. So I'm seeking your support on this, and I have already circulated it and discussed it with staff, and not that they've endorsed it, but they've looked at it, and it doesn't seem to have any issues with the work that they're currently doing in that area as well.
Yeah, and given, I don't know if the public following along, because I don't think you read the wording of the motion, like, all great. Could you just read the wording of the motion so that people in the audience or at home know exactly what you're moving?
Yes, sorry, thank you. That civic administration be directed to ensure that future background studies supporting the development of a park master plan for the Byron Gravel Pit investigate the creation and inclusion of artificial habitat or an alternative location for the bank swallow if such needs are required due to planned relocation of the habitat.
Yep, perfect. Councillor Hopkins was willing to second that, and you've spoken to it, so I have Councillor Hopkins, I think you wanted to speak to, and then I have Councillor Ferreira next.
Yeah, I just want to thank Councillor Frank for doing the work on this motion and thank the committee. I know there were a number of added items regarding the natural heritage feature going forward, so I want to thank the committee for supporting those items. But this is an important item. We're looking at a secondary plan. We are also going forward looking at a master plan for the park area, and how we determine that we're going to have to look at the bank swallows that really have established themselves throughout the past number of years. There's a couple 1,000 of them there. And we are going to eventually have to look at what we're going to do with that. So I'm hoping you could support this amendment. Speaking on behalf of the Byron community, this Byron pit is very dear and near to Byronites. It is a unique area, and it has I think a word, it celebrates this area. The community really acknowledges the importance and uniqueness, but also with the bank swallows, I don't think you could speak to anyone saying, oh my goodness, we've got to get rid of the bank swallows, and it's a problem. We may have to address it eventually as we develop the pit, but that should be taken into consideration when we go through the master plan. So I'm hoping you will support Councillor Frank's motion or amendment.
All right, Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I appreciate also the work from Councillor Frank on this. I was really happy to see that. I also appreciate the incredible letter that we got from Brandon Samuels. He's not here today, but it was a very good, well-written letter, very informative. In that letter, you know, we learned that there have been counts of up to 1,000 nests of bank swallows in the area, with almost 2,000 birds, around 2,000 birds there. And apparently that represents what is believed to be the largest known inland breeding colony of the entire province. So we also learned from the letter that the bank swallows are threatened under the Ontario Endangered Species List and Canada's Species Act. So in the current form, this Byron gravel pit seems to be simulating the natural environment for breeding of these birds, and that is directly tied to their survivability. You know, as there's a significant portion of the species in Ontario in the Byron gravel pit, and the bank swallows are an endangered species, not protecting this area could have a very high likelihood, or protecting these nesting grounds could have a very high likelihood of impacting the entire species in general. So I think this is really good work, and I'll definitely be supporting this, and I hope that we do get support from the rest of council on this one, because we could, you know, potentially be saving an entire species of bird here. So, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, while I did not support this at committee, part of my concern was that we were winging it, pardon the pun, on the committee floor, and hadn't had time to give this thoughtful and full consideration. Councillor Franks provided additional information since the committee meeting. I'm not sure that waterboarding will be a good ecotourism draw, but if I could convince the councillor to put a plank off the edge of the cliff so we could do some bungee jumping with the swallows, that might be more fun. I'd sign up for that, but I'm going to pass on the waterboarding piece. However, I support where the councillor is going with this, and even I'm having a hard time keeping a straight face now, seeing her laughing. But although I didn't support it at committee, I can support it now. And I do want to thank her for getting us additional information between committee and council that we could consider.
Okay, that's all the speakers I have on the amendment. So I'm going to open the amendment for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, as amended, willing to move stuff?
As amended.
Okay. And I need a seconder for as amended. Councillor Hopkins. Oh, you're not second out. Okay, well, I need a seconder for the as amended then. Councillor Pelosa. Councillor Hopkins, you wanted to split the vote, you said?
Yes, Your Worship, I spoke to the clerk. I would like to have IX pulled and X pulled as it relates to the changes going from 18 stories to 22 and the reduction of affordable housing from 25 to 10 to 15. I'm not supporting that, and I'll be happy to speak to it.
All right, we'll do those two pieces separate. Any speakers to the as amended motion? Now I'll tell you how I'm going to divide it in a second. Just want to make sure everybody's good. Okay, no other speakers. So okay, let's do the parts that Councillor Hopkins wanted out first. So this is the parts that you asked to be excluded, just because it's just easier to pull it up quickly that way. So that's I can say same mover and seconder for this. So this is just part X, or sorry, IX and X, so 9 and 10 under A. Just this part, and then we'll deal with the rest of it after. You can open that for voting.
Sorry, Your Worship, I thought we were going to go with the main motion and then speak to the two, or we're doing it the other way around? Because I see the two items that we're voting on right now.
That's what you just asked for, to split it. There was no
Right,
one
if I
else on
could
the
just-
speakers list. Yeah.
If I could just speak to why I'm not supporting it?
Oh, sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. And the reason I'm not supporting it, I do appreciate the conversation that the committee have and the changes made. This is not a transit village. I think 22 stories. I sometimes think we're missing that middle. I think the intensification is going to be great along Byron Baseline there. We have very few opportunities of moving around, let alone dealing with the geography in the area. And I was disappointed to see the affordable housing reduction down from 25 to 10 to 15. I think I was pleased to see that at least 25 could be had for affordable housing. So I won't be supporting these two, but want to thank the committee for the conversation.
Okay, any other speakers on those two pieces? Okay, we're going to open that vote again. I canceled it when the councillor wanted to speak, so we'll open that for voting then.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12 to 2.
Okay, and the same mover and seconder for the balance of the motion. Okay. I think we already had the debate on that, so I'm going to open the balance of the motion for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14 to 0.
So, Your Worship, I believe that concludes item 6, which would also conclude the 6th report of the Planning and Environment Committee. And so, hearing your earlier suggestion, I'll take this opportunity to move a 10-minute recess.
Seconded by Councillor Ferreira. We'll do this by hand. All those in favor?
That motion carries.
Okay, 10 minutes recess. right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're on to the 7th report of Corporate Services Committee. I believe Councillor Cuddy is going to present this report.
Thank you, Worship, and through you, it's my pleasure to present the 7th report of Corporate Services Committee. I've been advised by the clerk that we are going to we're going to pull motions number 6 and number 7. So we will be, I would like to move motions 1 through 5 and 8 through 10. So that's 1 through 5, 8 through 10, pulling 6 and 7.
Okay, does anybody want anything else dealt with separately? Just those two? Okay, that looks good. Okay, so you're moving that?
Yes, sir.
Good. All right, any discussion on those items? Okay, seeing none, we can open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now we will pull number 6, and I'll put that one on the floor.
Okay, number 6 is on the floor. It's moved by the Vice Chair. Any discussion on number 6? Okay, seeing none, we can open that for voting.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-2 with 1 recuse.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And now I will put number 7 on the floor. That's 2.2.
Okay, number 7 is moved.
I think there's an amendment for that one.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
And Councillor Rahman's got her hand up, so go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. So through you, Chair, I wanted to add, and it being noted to this item, it was in relation to the discussion that we were having at committee regarding the surplus and our current policies related to said surplus and how we look to utilize money that comes in through that means. So in this case, it would be it being noted that the mayor be requested to use a one-time draw of $3.5 million from the Community Investment Reserve Fund to offset the 2025 increased tax rate. Being that we are now subject to...
Can I just get you a seconder first? A seconder for that. Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm so used to just jumping into it. So being that we now have strong mayor legislation, I wanted to look at moving this, it being noted, so that we could potentially send a signal to the mayor as to some direction around how to use the $7 million and specifically $3.5 million of that $7 million that would go into the Community Investment Reserve Fund based on the conversation that we were having at committee that day. So some of the reasons for this is, I was thinking about where that fund has been previous to this. So during the multi-year budget, we drew that fund down to about 200,000. So this would still leave 3.7 million in that fund. But what it would mean is that we would see a 0.4 or a 0.4%, 0.4 decrease, in 2025. Of course, that would then impact 2026, and we'd see a 0.4 increase to 2026. But it would, I think, give us moments to pause when we're looking to use the money that's in the Community Investment Reserve Fund that we already are putting in the 7 million, so that we don't therefore go out and start to look for, or other groups in the community come to us with other funding opportunities that would bring us closer to or above the 3.5, so or 3.7, sorry. So we leave that 3.7 to be used, but at later dates and for important projects and considerations. But it's almost like paying ourselves first, which is, a common principle that people use when they're doing their own budgeting. It's saying, let's look at bringing down the tax burden in 2025 where possible. And this is a way where we could still leave money within the Community Investment Reserve Fund and still have that future-proofed, but at the same time, we could look to make this request to the mayor in accordance with the budget update for 2025.
Okay, I'll look for speakers on the amendment, which is moved and seconded. Councillor Ferreira, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm happy to second this simply because we're trying to, lessen the burden or the load on the taxpayer looking into the future. So I do feel like this works fairly well. We still have some money that will be allocated to the Community Investment Reserve Fund. We do have some money, if this is approved, that can reduce that load. And I would also say, looking into the future, especially with the level of the tax levy right now, we will probably be seeing, I would assume anyways, a substantial surplus potentially in the next coming years. So just kind of lead us into that. I do understand that with respect to our surplus policy, this is a little bit of a deviation from that. But these times are a little bit different from normal. So I do think that this would be a wise choice to go. And like I said, it does leave some money still within the Community Investment Reserve Fund, and it will lessen the tax load for the taxpayer in our future years. So this is why I'm fully supporting this, and I do hope that we can get some support from council and approve this.
I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I will definitely not be supporting this. First of all, considering the conversation that was had at committee, it would have been great to have this circulated in advance rather than on the floor, so that we could have at least entertained some thought about it. Have we been talking about perhaps, changing the ratio and saying we're going to put 30% into the Infrastructure Gap Reserve Fund and only 20% in the Community Investment Reserve, so that we can speed up some infrastructure projects or something like that? I might have been amenable to a conversation, but to channel and my inner Councillor Van Meerbergen and to echo his comments from the committee meeting, using one-time money to pay down taxes temporarily, to artificially depress taxes, is a really bad idea, in my opinion. And I know Councillor Van Meerbergen said something similar at the committee meeting. It will mean that the 2026 level goes up as well. If we want to find tax savings, councillors, then respectfully, we need to find areas where we are providing a service that's no longer relevant for us to be providing, or find ways to generate new revenue. It is not using a little bit of surplus at the end of the year to depress the tax. This is that lever, or as I described it to councillors, the bouncing ball budget number. It simply bounces back up higher the next year. I think we're doing a real disservice to people in doing that. We've got a multi-year budget where at least they know what to expect coming forward. We have all kinds of infrastructure items that need funding. We have all kinds of community items that need funding that don't have sources of funding right now either. So, I think when it comes down to the adage about paying yourself, the first thing that most people do is put away some savings And that's what putting this money into those reserve funds is putting away savings, knowing that we're going to need this money elsewhere to do other things. So I'm going to leave it at that. I absolutely can't support this. I would love for councillors to bring forward ideas for permanent long-term savings, just the same way our staff do in our annual service reviews. I know, Your Worship, you've indicated that you are working on creating a terms of reference for a new committee. I look forward to the work that committee does, because I think it's going to be important. We're undertaking, already an audit with one board. I think we need to look at audits with other boards and do service reviews there as well for future savings. I think that's how you find money, not by just pushing it down this year so it can, or pushing it down next year so it can bounce back up in 2026.
Other speakers to this? I have Councillor Stevenson next, and then Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you. We did have a bit of a discussion about this at corporate services, and I did raise a few points, and I wouldn't mind staff answering again. I've got two questions. One is, I asked at committee, we did a one-time P71 in the last year's budget, was $15 million COVID one-time money that came forward. And I had said, if there's this huge concern about one-time offsets to our property tax rate, why was there no concern about this $15 million one-time credit to the tax rate? So if staff could answer that question again, just for the benefit of the rest of the council members here.
I'll go to Ms. Barbon, but I'll just caution that it was a decision of council to do that, right? It was in the budget. So I don't know if there's any information you want to add, but I wouldn't expect you to weigh in on, I'll let you speak, but I'll recognize this was a decision of council. Yeah.
Through the chair, that amount of money was left over from COVID that had been set aside for a particular purpose. That money was no longer required as for that particular purpose. So a business case was brought forward for council's consideration as part of the multi-year budget. So that ultimately did get approved through the council process and included as part of the budget process. So yes, that was put forward for a council decision.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. And so my question, so that the public can understand this as well, that seemed like a reasonable, prudent thing to do. And yet any consideration now of a similar kind of thing with an amount of 3 million instead of 15 million is considered, something scary that we don't want to do. And so I'm looking for the rationale for why that was a reasonable and prudent business case and this would not be.
Well, I guess you'll have to wait for colleagues to weigh in the debate, like Deputy Mayor Lewis did, and listen to their reasons for their decisions, because I don't think that's a question that staff can answer. So.
Okay, well, that's fine. So I'll just continue then. I did have another question for staff. When I was doing my research on this, I understand that we have a policy around what we do with the surpluses, but it looked to me that in 2020 and in 2021, we did not follow the policy. I saw that we gave $3.5 million to RBC Place, and in 2021, we gave $1.8 million to Covent Garden Market and another $500,000 to RBC Place, amongst some other different reserve funds for affordable housing and for vehicles. So can we just find out from staff if I'm correct in that, and that 2 of the last 3 years we did not follow the policy?
Yep, I'll get them to address that. Go ahead, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, and excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor. The councillor is correct. 2020 and 2021 did see some what I would call unusual contributions that were approved for other purposes. The councillor will recall that that was the height of COVID, and were truly extraordinary times that required unusual or outside of the norm responses to address financial impacts that some of those organizations were facing at that time. So there were allocations that were approved by council through the year-end monitoring process for those purposes at that time. Those were recommendations that were brought forward for council approval because they were outside of the usual policy allocations that would be followed through the surplus deficit policy. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. And yes, there was extenuating times, and I understand that for Covent Garden and RBC Place, it was COVID related, but there was money allocated to affordable housing reserves and vehicles. You know, the money was allocated in a way that was felt to be appropriate. So, and in each of the news articles that I read for those years, it specified completely that, you know, council can spend the money however they want when it comes to doing the surplus. So I would say that we are also in a very highly unusual time where we had a surplus that was almost 50% more than the last 3 years. It looked to me like the last 3 years, we were around the 20 million mark. This year we're at 31 million. We also had a property tax increase rate that was 280% higher than last year. So for me, I have a bit of a difficult time. I stood with the budget process. I said no to a lot of things to try to keep the rate as low as we could. Sold to people that, 8.8 was the best that we could do. And then to, in such a short period of time, say, oh, we've got 31 million. In fact, it was really 40 million. It was a lot of money that we had surplus for last year, to then say to people, oh, sorry, it would just be, it would cause this big bump and we just can't give you back any of your money. We need to put it down in our debt and we need to save it. Well, Londoners are like, hello, you said you had to do it, and yet you were that surplus that we had last year was almost half of the increase that we did this year. It was a 4% difference on the surplus that we had, that we knew about, and that we'd reasonably estimated, and that we just hit them with the big, we had no problem hitting them with the big increase. And now we're like, oh no, we can't give you any of that back. I don't know that that's going to go over really well.
30 seconds.
I do thank Councillor Rahman for this, and I will be supporting him.
All right, Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor. The Deputy Mayor is quite correct. I mean, the use of one-time money with absolutely no guarantee or a reasonable amount of certainty that this is actually going to continue is at best foolhardy. And why it's foolhardy is because you're setting all taxpayers up for what I've described before as a budget bomb, and others have described as a budget bomb, because you create a hole with this one-time money, and with it, you're trying to lower ongoing tax rates. So if in the following year, a surplus of that magnitude doesn't materialize, or even to cover what you are trying to give as tax relief, then it turns around and bites you in the derriere, because there's nothing there to support it, and hence the budget bomb. So you end up with not only an increase, which is already forecast, but an increase on the increase. And that's hardly helpful to taxpayers. So the idea of paying down debt is in of itself a way to pay back taxpayers in a far more certain way and a more prudent way than trying to use this one-time money. I know it's enticing. You think, oh, there's the cash. Let's just, use ongoing tax relief, but it just doesn't work that way. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I go to Councillor Pribble next.
Thank you. And one thing is that we keep saying one time, and this money, and right now it's 3.5 million, and throughout the year, hopefully we would have more savings we put in a pot. We can do it into the reserve fund. And this reserve fund can be not just one time. It can be put, it's a 4-year, we have a 4-year, this year has been set. For next 3 years, we can pay it out of this certain items, certain points from the, doesn't matter if it's from the cases we can pick up. So it's not kind of that, I keep hearing that we want to use it. We don't have to use it all in 1 year. We don't have to use it all next year. We can put it and use it over 3 years. But all this money will add up. It's $3.5 million, but we got to start somewhere. So again, when I keep hearing from my colleagues that it's one time if we decide to do it one time, but it doesn't have to be. I certainly don't agree with the policy that we have. I think the times change, and our policy both for surplus as well as for growth assessment, I don't think we should leave it the way it is. We should leave it actually the other way open, and it shouldn't be coming from the staff as just kind of note and file and for information. No, it should be the 15 of us that decide on these things. Doesn't matter if it's the surplus or growth assessment. Every year is different, and if it doesn't matter if it's the percentages that we might want to change, or if we want to change it to different accounts, different sums. But again, based on what we know and the increase of the rate for this year or next 3 years, its average is very high. But again, if we do it 1 year, yes, what was said here, it's true. 1 year advantage, you're going to hike it up the following years. But we don't have to do that. And I really think, to be honest with you, I know my counsel, she was faster, but I really thought to refer this back to the corporate services and to talk about it. If it's not, I will certainly support this. I will certainly support this motion. And but I really do think that if there's no change, that the new working group is going to revisit this, because it does not give us flexibility. We are tying our hands both for the surplus and for the growth assessment. Ties our hands, and each year could be different, and we should be flexible, and we should address the highest needs that work the best for the 500,000 of Londoners. Thank you.
Other speakers to this? Go ahead, Councillor Pelosi.
Thank you. I'll speak to several components. I won't bury the lead. I won't be supporting this. As it is that increase we're going to have to do for the next tax. If we lower it now, we still need to make it up later. This is one-time money, and glad that over half of this came from investment income. Didn't know it was coming, glad it's here, but it very well could not have been here. As we went through this budget process, we did draw down on the Community Investment Reserve Fund. A lot of the extra library cases came out of there. And through that budget process, we did say that if you take from the reserve fund at some point, ideally you're going to want to make it whole again for it's available for your use. The fall budget update will come near October. And I will say that this is the process, so I thank the councillor for bringing her ideas forward in this, as this was the appropriate time and place to bring it forward through as per our policies. Staff brings this report forward based on policies as created by council, so it's not them directing us, they are bringing the report as directed by council itself. I will also note that we know we have future debt coming in $330 million in unsupported work that needs to be done, that needs to be supported through property taxes over the 2024 to 2033 timeline. And we know we have a capital infrastructure gap as well. We didn't put extra money in through some of the business cases that came through this budget process. We decided not to, trying to keep taxes low in that process. This is our opportunity to make some of those reserve funds back up. I have heard from Londoners, absolutely keep my taxes as low as you can, but some Londoners also asking, am I paying for my fair share now of what I'm using, or am I putting future taxes onto future Londoners, which could include their children, which would make London even more unobtainable for them to be owners of their own properties or renters in the city. So I'm on no on this, but this is the proper space. Also where the mayor's working group he wants to form, and it will be making sure that things that go to that working group are not meant to actually go to other committees and council. So this is the space for this conversation, and I am thankful for the conversation here to clear up some concerns that we've all brought forward. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson, you've already spoken to this, so I'm going to move.
Yeah, I don't know
on.
if it's a point of order or I'm not sure, but it was just said that staff are bringing this to us per the direction of council. But I just wanted to be clear. My understanding was in 2020 and 2021, staff brought forward something that was different.
Yeah.
That these are
Yeah.
just policy guidelines. So I just,
Right. So staff bring forward reports, and then we consider them and approve them. And Mr. Murray answered why staff brought forward something alternative. Council was doing a whole range of things during the pandemic and afterwards to carry stuff forward and ensure that we had capacity because we weren't sure when things were going to recover. So for sure, council can do whatever it likes with its policy, and notwithstanding things all the time. But what we have here is staff have brought forward this specific recommendation, which is their recommendation at this time, given the context and circumstances. And in the past, they've done stuff differently. So it's, I'm going to take that as.
that's the point. That's the point of clarity I just wanted to make.
Absolutely.
That it was said there that staff had to act according to our policy, and that's incorrect. They could have brought something forward that was different, and they didn't.
No, that's not correct. In the past, council took a series of actions saying we're going to do things differently during the pandemic. We provided a number of directions over a number of years, long-standing. We formed new funding opportunities. We carried forward surplus in a way that we normally wouldn't because we were unsure of the impacts. Staff were provided with council direction and dialogue through the pandemic to do things a little bit different, and they've continued to operate under different procedures. So council, staff are following the policy, and they sometimes provide recommendations for our consideration. And so I don't think we can debate. This is what's before us. This is the recommendation. Council has the right to do something different. There's a motion on the floor. That's what we're considering. So that's fine. Okay. I'll look for other speakers to this. Okay, I'll speak to it then. I'm going to hand the chair over to Councillor Pelosi.
Thank you. I have the chair and recognizing Mayor Morgan.
So there's a couple of comments that have been said related to the amendment, so I just want to touch on a few of them. One is, I just want to emphasize that the debt in the infrastructure gap is Londoners' debt and Londoners' infrastructure gap to deal with. So as we have policy tools at our disposal to put money aside to help with those things, those are very responsible, very fiscally responsible things to do to ensure that we have fiscal capacity at the times we need it. And then when we have it, we can actually pay down or avoid unissued debt, especially in a high interest rate environment, with policies that are working well over the long term. We have solid fiscal priorities and a plan that has served us very well over not just one council, but multiple decades. I think the policies work quite well. Now, here's where I think that this is a great discussion to have. What does the policy say? It says, let's pay down some debt. Let's put money aside for infrastructure gap, two giant needs that we know we have. And let's put money in the Community Investment Reserve Fund. And that reserve fund is designed to give council the capacity throughout the course of the year or over multiple years to do things and deal with things that they would like to do that may not be already structured in the budget. So I think that that has also served council well over the number of years. Now, where I think we can have a very meaningful discussion is, do we need $7 million in that fund, right? And that's a decision that we can have a discussion on and a debate on. So I don't have an objection to not keeping $7 million in the Community Investment Reserve Fund. I don't have a problem with that being lower. But just doing what has been said, and that's putting it towards an artificial decrease in 2025 and then an increase in 2026, is just using that money to shift the tax burden between those 2 years. Now, another way we could do this that I would probably be more supportive of, if you want to give Londoners some permanent tax relief, like put more towards debt reduction. If you don't want as much in the Community Investment Reserve Fund, put this $3.5 million towards more debt reduction. We'll avoid issuing more debt. We'll avoid the interest payments on those debt, and we will pay Londoners in that cost avoidance. You know, for some of this debt is on, look at the debentures we have before us today. We're talking about 10, 20, 30 years sometimes of debt. Avoiding with $3.5 million an additional debt burden for that period of time pays us back over the long run and adheres to our fiscal policy. It's the type of thing that demonstrates to our credit rating agency is that we are managing debt over the time horizon very responsibly. So I think the better way, if the goal is to return this to Londoners in some way, return it to them by paying down some of their debt, right? Let's avoid the interest payments, get a little bit of savings on the servicing of that debt, and we avoid issuing it in the first place. So, and again, the level that we want to maintain in the Community Investment Reserve Fund, that's our decision to make. Fully support having this debate. I think this is great. So I won't support this particular motion because, not that I don't mind reducing our reserve fund by 3.5, I just think I would spend it a different way. And that would be through debt reduction if council colleagues, and I recognize that, yes, I have some new responsibilities in the budget, but this reserve fund is yours, right? This is meant to be council's release valve, and if you want to spend $3.5 million of it in a different way, my suggestion as a member of council would be, let's pay down some more debt with it. It accomplishes a very similar thing for Londoners. Councillor Plaza, you still have the chair.
Sorry, you're at 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Excellent job staying within the 5 minutes. I was still timing you, and I return the chair to you.
All right, other speakers to this who haven't spoken yet? No one online? Okay, I think that exhausts the speakers list on this. So if there's no one else, then we're going to open it for voting.
I'll vote no.
Thank you. Closing the vote, motion fails 5-9.
Okay, we're back to the original committee recommendation, of which we had one speaker so far. So any other speakers? Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you. I understand that there's a difference of opinion on this, and I find it interesting, like the languaging around responsibility and prudence. It just makes sort of any other alternative irresponsible and not prudent, which I think for me clouds the ability that we have as a council to do with the surplus as we choose. And at budget time, I said no to a lot of things that I really believe Londoners deserve and need. More funding for the Housing Stability Bank, more money for the libraries, more money for the arts. And the reason I said no was because we were at 8.7 or 8.8%. So then to all of a sudden have a surplus now that is massive, and to just fill our reserve funds and say, oh, good, well, we have money to do the things that we want. Well, people wanted money for the Housing Stability Bank. They wanted money for the libraries. They wanted money for the arts. And so what I would like to do is move a referral of this motion back to corporate services so that council has the time to go back and look at the budget and the cases that they wanted to potentially say yes to that didn't. And at least if we're not going to return money to the taxpayers in terms of a credit on next year's taxes, let's at least give them some of what they want and be able to say that that, you know, we made prudent decisions during the budget process, and now that we have money, this is what we're going to do, so that they see that we're giving back to them out of this budget surplus. So I'd like to move a referral to the next meeting. And as far as I understand, there's no rush to do this. It's just a journal entry into the reserves.
So it's a referral back to Corporate Services Committee is what you're saying, right?
I believe that's the only option, is it? If we can move it to SPPC where all of council could do it, or a budget meeting, if there's another option where all of council could do it, that would be great.
Yeah, you can, notwithstanding our general policy on standing committees, and refer it to any standing committee. We've done that with a couple of items.
I think SPPC then, so that we could do it as a whole like we did the budget.
Okay, so you want to move a referral of this report to SPPC, notwithstanding our, whatever language we have to use to notwithstand our council procedure bylaw on that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Pribble's willing to second. Okay, so I'll let you, Councillor Stevenson, if you want to now speak to what is your referral on the floor.
I'll wait. Can I speak after?
Yeah,
People have talked?
you can speak anytime during the debate, but you get to speak once to the referral.
Okay,
so.
I'll do it at the end.
Okay, great. I have Deputy Mayor Lewis first, and then I'll look to others.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I won't be supporting the referral because I don't see this surplus fund as a go back, move reconsideration on budget business cases, which would be required because they're decided matters of council. So you now need 2/3 to open up a budget business case that was rejected to have it reconsidered by council. But I don't see this as a, hey, let's take some money, and sorry, I don't mean to be flippant about it. I appreciate what Councillor Stevenson is trying to do, but this is not a go back and revisit budget business cases. What it does do, as the mayor alluded to, is there does, as we did this year, create a source of funding that we may want to consider in the annual budget update for some of the things that we may not wish to say yes to from the property tax base, but it does leave us a potential source of funding for updates that are coming to us, as Councillor Pelosi indicated in the fall budget update, which is why I support leaving it in the Community Investment Reserve Fund for now, because that is a fund which we can draw on at our discretion through a vote of council at a future budget update. I don't want to revisit the decisions we've made. I want to move forward, and this funding does provide us an opportunity to potentially say yes to some updates that come forward in the fall budget update. I will also add that we're now into almost the end of April. So any budget business cases that we wanted to revisit, even if reconsideration was passed, would require our staff, boards, agencies, and commissions to then prorate what they can do, what's operationalized within the remainder of the calendar year. But again, it's also one-time money. And a lot of the things we said no to in the budget were ongoing operational matters. They were not one-time funding matters. They were things that were going to require funding this year and next year and the year after and the year after on into perpetuity. So we still create a budget bomb if we go back and fund some of the budget business cases this year without a permanent source of funding for them moving forward. So that's why I won't be supporting the referral. I would encourage colleagues to consider the fact that we may want to utilize some of this reserve fund in the fall when the fall budget update comes for some things that we may not want to put on the property tax rate.
Councillor Trosa.
Before I can vote on this, I need to ask staff, what is the downside in terms of our ongoing operations if we allow this to go back to a committee for another cycle?
I'll go to Ms. Barbon about any concerns on timing.
Thank you, through your worship. The only concerns is the timing of our year-end entries and moving that forward. Certainly, we can delay another cycle if that was council's desire.
Thank you to the chair. But to be clear, voting for this deferral would not hold up the issuance of the property tax bills to the public.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. No, this is completely separate with respect to the property tax bills. Those will, pending the final approval of the tax policy bylaws, that would be moving forward and certainly having those mailings before the end of May. So the budget would be complete and final for this year. Anything, again, as I think one of the councillors had mentioned, used with this money would be one time in nature and would not impact the budget and how it proceeds for 2024.
Okay, well that's very helpful. As I stand here now, I'm inclined to support the referral unless somebody who hasn't spoken yet can explain to me with more clarity what the downside of this is, given what the treasurer just said. And I'd appreciate that because I'm sort of on the fence on this.
Okay, well, you can hear from Councillor Pribble next. So go ahead, Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. And
This better be good.
no deal. I just think again that we were voted by 500,000 of Londoners, the 15 of us, and I really think that amount like $31 million that we should be deciding. And yes, previous council, they did this policy 50-25-25 to these three accounts, but I really think that we should revisit this. As Councilor Stevenson said, I don't think it's necessary that it doesn't mean that we might have to revisit the past previous cases, but we actually didn't have, you know, it's kind of like a couple other plans that we received during the last 18 months, and we were told this is the, not in exact words, but this is kind of the best. This is the policy, this is the best, this is the, but for me, it's the only one. It's the only one, and I would love to see other opportunities where we can do with the $31 million. And if nothing else, if we don't come up with anything else, then I certainly would support at least paying off the debt to be really prudent and to make good financial decisions for 500,000 of Londoners. But I just, again, I know it's a 4-year plan, but the earlier we start thinking future and annual updates, the better for us, and we'll be ready. So that's why I would like the referral. Let us, we got nothing to lose. We really don't. The only thing is, again, in terms of the accounting, we'll wait, but it's not that we are losing opportunities. It's not that we are gonna delay tax, property tax notices. So it's none of that. So let's take it back. Let's look at our options. And even if it does come out that we decide that this is the best one there was, but at least we have an opportunity to do it. This council, the 15 of us, we haven't done it. So let's explore what's the best for us. And as I said, if nothing else, then I certainly would recommend paying off more the debt than doing additional reserve funds. So we are really prudent and save, if not in shorter, at least in longer time, money to the Londoners. Thank you.
I have Councillor Ferreira and then Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Chair. So, you know, originally, because with the original motion from Councillor Rahman that kind of started this conversation, I am interested in reducing the impact on the taxpayer in the future. I do like what the mayor said on, you know, putting it towards debt. So my question would be, would this referral be looking at that aspect with putting some money, more money towards the debt just before I make this decision? Is that what is going to be involved in here, or is there anything else in the referral that will be involved as well? I hear that we could be looking into business cases a little bit more. It could maybe have some impact on actually distributing the tax or the property taxes themselves. So I just wanted to see if I get some clarification on that before anything.
Yeah, I'll just provide a bit of clarification, then I'll go to the Deputy City Manager. So the referral is on all the pieces. So currently it has 3 parts: debt reduction, infrastructure, gap reserve fund, and community investment reserve fund. The referral is to refer all of that back for discussion and reallocation. So I can't presume where it's going to land because it would be subject to the decision of council at that time. So I don't know if Ms. Barbon wants to add anything.
Thank you through the chair. So certainly from staff's perspective, we would not be recommending anything different. We're following council's policy. Notwithstanding council's policy, if the council wishes to reallocate those funds in a different manner, that's certainly the council's prerogative to do. However, there are impacts as a result, given the $330 million of debt was approved. We feel this is a prudent way to proceed, but it's certainly, we're in your hands to direct us how you wish to spend it.
All right, thank you. I did speak with the budget chair. That's exactly what she just told me, so I just wanted to ask on the record. So I am interested in reducing the impact to the taxpayer, whether it's through, you know, putting more money towards our debt to do that or some other aspect I'd be interested in, but I wouldn't be interested in referring the entire report back, so I wouldn't be supporting it at this time.
All right, next I have Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't sure if you had other speakers after me, but I was interested in putting the question in regards to the referral.
Well, I think I'll probably speak at some point. I know Councillor Stevenson wants to speak too, so others are looking to speak too.
I'd still like to put the question.
So I just need one more second, because although it sounds straightforward, it's not quite according to the procedure bylaw. All right, I'd probably get challenged on this one, but under section 11.414 outlines the qualifications for which a motion can be put. Section G prohibits motions being put, and I'll read it, not permitted, either when a motion or an amendment on the floor involves approval of an expenditure by the council that is $1 million or greater, of which I see our decision that's before us recommended from committee as greater than that threshold. So I'm going to say you can't put the question because of the size of it, and you can challenge that if you like.
I won't challenge just for expediency's sake, but I'll take my speaking time on this amendment at this time.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Yeah, because we'd get into debate over is a referral when no money is involved because no decision was made, monetary or not. I'm a no on the referral. I'm already hearing councillors talk about other motions they might make in regards to the main motion or this. Some want to do, it seems, go back and fund potentially $31 million of business cases. Some want to apply a certain percentage extra into debt financing, which is, I don't know, I like that, but I'm also thrifty. Some want to refer everything back, and I know some will want to have more input from agency boards and commissions. I will reiterate what I said earlier and the deputy mayor echoed, is the budget update comes in October. We're basically in May. And if you know that the reserve funds are going to have a certain amount of money in it, you might be interested in funding some business cases you liked from before, I would highly advise you identify what they are, have conversations if and should any agency boards and commissions be involved, and approach the mayor with your ideas of what you might want some of this funding to go to. That's the process we're in now with a strong mayor's budget. And if we approve money to be in that fund, that you know that fund has a certain amount of money in it and we can start working forward. I'm not interested in going backwards into the multi-year budget. As I said, we're already going into summer and then the fall is here and that's the budget update. So I'm not interested in this. I do always like debt reduction, but I'm a no, and just since I couldn't put the question, just asking colleagues to keep it tight because it seems like other councillors still have other ideas out there and we still have an agenda with many items before us, and I know the mayor has other commitments tonight, so at some point you will have to endure Deputy Mayor Lewis as the chair, which will be, and endure, I mean, with all the love in the world. So just, and there's no reason for us to be here at that late of hour. So just, I'm gonna keep it tight. I won't be saying much from here. It's just gonna be no's for referrals.
Next I have, well, I'll go next, and I know Councillor Stevenson, you want to go? I only see the two of us so far, so I'll go first. I'll hand the chair over to Councillor Pelosa.
Recognizing Mayor Morgan and timing.
Yes, I expect you to time me, of course. So I'm not going to support the referral. Although I said fully support council wanting to do something with the Community Investment Reserve Fund, I do actually think that the debt reduction contained in this motion is incredibly important, as is the infrastructure gap piece. Later today, we're going to be issuing $30 million of debt at 4.42% interest over 10 years. Interest that Londoners, principal and interest payments that Londoners are going to pay. Over the past 5 years, you know, we used to get debt at 1.67%, then 1.82, and 2.6 and 2.5, 3.56, 3.8, and now almost 4.5. Like, now is the time, if we can avoid some debt, like, this is a good time to do it. Like, we're at a high watermark for interest rates. People expect the Bank of Canada to come down. Debt will likely get cheaper in the future. If we have the ability with this surplus, we got additional revenues to work with. At the very least, people can add to the debt reduction if they want with a subsequent motion. I said I'd be supportive of that, but at the very least, what's contained with the motion already and avoiding that debt, like, I don't want to delay our ability to do that, right? Like, it won't impact the debenture today, but we know we have lots of commitments. It will, debt issuance avoidance or paying down debt that has the flexibility to pay it down. In this case, it's probably avoiding issuing new debt given the interest rates. Our staff will make very smart decisions in allocating this to the best benefit of Londoners. So I'm not going to support the referral. I will say to the comments about we'd like to do other things, we'd like to fund other things that maybe didn't get funded in the budget. It's exactly what we can do with the Community Investment Reserve Fund if you want to leave it in there. Leading into the annual budget update, all the things that we could look at again that are in the budget that we could take another look at. Anything we don't know is coming yet, right? And we know that things come all the time, like whether it's interest in doing something with parking or transit pilot projects or whatever, having the ability to fund something that is appropriate on a one-time basis gives council the flexibility to do the types of things that people seem to be desiring to do. So I think you can kind of have it all the ways on this, with letting it apply to policy. Maybe making a slight adjustment to the amount that we want to set aside to cover those additional expenditures. I'm pretty open to that. I'm not really open to deferring our significant investment in debt reduction and infrastructure gap.
Thank you. Returning the chair to Mayor Morgan.
Okay. I don't see anybody else. Councillor Stevenson, do you want to go now? That doesn't mean someone else can't jump in, but I just don't have any other hands up.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. And I just a comment on the calling the question. This is the second time that I've brought forward some kind of motion or amendment, asked to speak at the end and had the question called. It's totally allowed and it's not very collegial. And it's just, in my opinion, not so cool, but that's where we're at. As far as why I'm doing the referral, I see the bulk of this still following the policy, but we have an opportunity here to make a difference in people's lives in terms of the Housing Stability Bank, the libraries, and the arts. And I think that's something that I want to do. I said no because of the property tax rate. And I said at the time, I'm going to be looking for money that I can then say yes to things. And some of the councillors said, well, how is that going to happen? Well, here it is. There's money available here now where we could do a one-time funding of the Housing Stability Bank, which we did the previous year. I understand that the business cases were voted down, but this would not need a reconsideration of council to allocate some one-time money to the arts, to the library, to the Housing Stability Bank. Maybe we allocate a little bit more to debt. I'm not sure. But I think this is a big decision that wouldn't hurt for us to just take another month to think about it before we say for sure. And to possibly, like I said, make a difference in people's lives now rather than wait until the fall. The Housing Stability Bank money was predicted to end in the middle of the year. So this would bring a lot of potential reassurance and comfort to people in a difficult time. And I still think we'd put a ton of money down in our reserves. We're talking about small amounts in the scheme of the $31 million surplus. And if nothing else, if we end up approving it the same as it is now, we can at least let Londoners know that we gave it due and careful consideration, knowing the situation that they're in and the amount of the surplus and the amount of the property tax rate. So I would really appreciate colleagues, even if you're not interested in talking about this anymore, some people are. And if we could refer it for one more month, even if we end up in the same place. The reason I'm doing the referral is so that we're not on the floor of council. I could bring up amendments to give money to the Housing Stability Bank, and to do that, I don't want to do it on the floor of council. So I'm suggesting the referral so that we can do it off of the floor, talk to people, find out what is wanted, and then give it our best next month. So I'm asking for your support. Thanks.
Okay. Any other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So I won't be supporting the referral. And my reason for not supporting it is in the conversation around the referral, we've been talking about changing how much we could potentially put to reserves, how much we might put to debt, and I'm not comfortable doing that. My reason for my original amendment was to look at the Community Investment Reserve Fund. I still believe that we need to use less of that reserve fund, and 7 million is a lot in that reserve fund as far as I'm concerned. And so I'm open to it going to debt or somewhere else, but that is the decision that we can make at a future date. With respect to the Housing Stability Bank, my understanding is they have run out of money, so I'm hoping that they do come to us for some funding soon, but we'll hopefully have some of those conversations so that we can get that in front of us, but not necessarily, it doesn't need to be based on the previous business case. It can be a new ask and request from them. So again, I think at this point, I'm comfortable moving forward and not having a referral on this.
I just want to add a piece of clarification just from the chair, because Councillor Rahman said something, and I know other colleagues said something that wasn't quite accurate, and I'll get the treasurer to confirm this. Just so colleagues know, when something goes in the Community Investment Reserve Fund, I know some people said it could be used during the budget time to relieve pressure. The Community Investment Reserve Fund, once money is in there, can be spent at any point in the year by council, any time. Exactly as Councillor Rahman said, it's just a couple of colleagues along the way debated, thinking, it sounded to me like there was a perception that you would had to wait to the annual budget update for that piece. You don't, and I'll just have the treasurer confirm that that's how the reserve fund works.
Thank you, through the chair. So the reserve fund is a reserve fund. So if this recommendation was approved, the money would be placed into the reserve fund. The corresponding bylaw allows the reserve fund to be spent at the discretion of council for what council deems appropriate. So certainly council could tap into a reserve fund at any time for a purpose that it deems acceptable.
Okay, I hope that provides some clarity for colleagues on how that reserve fund can be used. I just heard a couple of different assumptions there. I just wanted to make sure that we all understand so that we can make all the good decisions that we want to make for ourselves. So any other speakers who haven't spoken yet on the referral? Okay, we're going to open the referral for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails 3-11.
Okay, back to the main motion for people who haven't spoken to the main motion yet. Okay, all right, I'm going to open the main motion for voting. This is the committee recommendation. Okay, I know that we were in the middle of voting there. I asked the clerks to cancel the vote in the middle of voting because Councillor Cuddy, there was a piece of correspondence that came from RBC Place that we have to attach to the existing committee report. This was basically, at the time, they didn't have the piece of information, but the authorization of RBC Place to take the operating surplus that they had and apply it to their capital, the two places that are applying it to, including their basically capital reserve fund. So that we need to amend the committee's recommendation to add that in so that they have that authorization that came.
Yes, my mistake. I apologize.
Yeah. Well, it's okay because we caught it in time. So do you want to move that change, and then we'll get it up on the screen and everybody can see it?
Yes, and the clerk's already given it to me, so I'll move that motion.
Okay, and seconder, Deputy Mayor Lewis. So I'll let colleagues get that up on the screen so they can see it in case you didn't have a chance to read it yet. And I'll just, for the public, I'll just note what it says. It's the motion to amend to include a new Part D to read as follows. The allocation of RBC Place's 2023 year-end surplus to the RBC Place Renewal Reserve Fund, $250,000, and the RBC Place Operational Reserve, $158,769, be approved. It being noted that communication as appended to the council agenda from the Board of Directors of the Lennon Convention Center Corporation operating as RBC Place Lennon with respect to this matter was received. So this is an amendment to the committee's recommendation that's moved and seconded. Any debate or discussion on that? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Just to be clear, that to add the RBC Place?
That's correct, yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, now
Can
Councillor.
we vote on those separately, please? Oh, never mind.
Are you okay?
What did we add it to? To the
Report, like the year-end, this is the year-end operating report, and includes all of the components, not just the surplus, but all the other operating actions that are being taken. This is an action from RBC Place that needs to be included in that general
So
authorization.
I'd like to vote yes to that and no to the other part.
Okay, I think we could just vote on that separately. It was the motion that we just passed was an amendment. Now everything's together. But if I separate the voting, we're not having a whole debate on this again. We're just gonna vote on the two pieces separately. So I'll look for a mover and a seconder. So Councillor Cuddy, you're willing to move the as amended motion with okay, so this will have everything but RBC Place in it. Okay, everything but the piece we just added. And then the next one will be that. So moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by, I think, I need a seconder because it's an as amended motion. Deputy Mayor Lewis, go ahead. Okay, all right, so we're gonna open that for voting. Again, this is everything in the report as the committee forwarded it with the exception of the amendment that we just made on RBC Place.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-2.
Okay, and now the RBC Place piece.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Councillor Cuddy?
Thank you, Your Worship, and that concludes the seventh report, special report of Corporate Services Committee. And in the interest of time, I'd like to move on to the eighth special report, special meeting of the Corporate Services.
Yeah, I can't do that yet because it's actually in the added report section. We didn't change the order, so appreciate the effort to save time, but you get to stand up again later. Sixth report of the Civic Works Committee is what we'll go to next, and thank you for presenting that report, Councillor Cuddy. So I'll go to the report of the Civic Works Committee, and Councillor Hopkins, go
I'd
ahead.
like to put the sixth report of Civic Works Committee on the floor. I've received no word to have anything pulled.
All right, anybody want anything pulled separately? Okay, Councillor, you can make that motion.
I'd like to put the, all the items on the floor. I just want to make a few comments. The Integrated Transportation Committee Advisory report was received. We approved a number of contracts consultants, and accepted a petition and a request for a municipal drain.
All right, any comments on the full report? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
All right, eighth report of SPPC. Deputy Mayor Lewis can present that report.
Thank you, Worship. I am aware that colleagues may wish to vote differently on item 5, so I will remove that. I'm not aware of any other items that individuals want to vote on separately, so I'll ask that you just canvass to see if there's any other items to be pulled to be dealt with separately before I move.
Sure. Councillor Stevenson, you'd like something separate?
Yes, please, 3.
Okay, 3. Anybody else want something separate? Okay, I don't see any other asks, so go ahead.
Okay, so I will move 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8.
All right, any debate or discussion on those items? Okay, seeing none, we'll open those items for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
And I will now put item 3, that's 2.1 from the committee agenda, on the floor.
Okay, item 3 is on the floor. I'll look for speakers to item 3. Okay. Seeing none, we'll open item 3 for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
And I will now put item 5 on the floor.
All right, item 5 is on the floor. I'll look for speakers. Councillor Ferreira, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess I'd first start with some recognition and acknowledgement. First to the TVDSB for first bringing this movement forward, or this motion forward.
Okay, you're speaking to it, and then you're potentially going to move an amendment? Or just because, okay, then you're speaking to it, and then you're going to move an amendment, that's fine. But when we come back to the main motion, you're not going to speak again. Just clarifying that, because you're giving me a look like you're going to do both.
I'm going to move the amendment. I'll do that.
Okay, then you can speak to the main motion later. Which amendment would you like to move? Could you articulate it?
We circulated an updated amendment to the clerk's office earlier today. It's pretty much the same, just a little bit of changes from feedback from the LTC.
Okay, given there's some changes, I want the amendment read out.
I can read it.
So you should be able to, it should be loaded now. So I want you to read the amendment, and then I'll allow you to speak to it.
Okay, so the change is actually just for Part A.
I want you to read the whole amendment because
okay. So the
people
whole
at home don't necessarily know what you're putting on the floor, so.
All right, so the full amendment as follows, that the following actions be taken with respect to a secondary school student transit pass pilot project. Part A, that Civic Administration in collaboration with the London Transit Commission be directed to initiate the development of standing with the Thames Valley District School Board for a multi-year pilot project to provide annual transit passes to secondary students, including I, the current post-secondary student annual transit pass agreements between the City of London, Western University, and Fanshawe College, and the current Children Under 12 Ride-Free program be considered as templates to establish the framework for this pilot program, and B, the Civic Administration be directed to report back to Council with a feasibility report including recommended routes as directed by all parties, shared goals, metrics, costing, methodology for tracking results, and an appropriate secured source of financing for the pilot program. It being noted that the City of London currently subsidizes youth transit passes to provide for a discount pass for all youth riders ages 13 to 17.
Just give me a second. All right, Counselor, with the utmost respect, the amendment you're proposing could be tabled at council here. But like this is a very different amendment than what the committee recommended. One of limited scope, specific grades, specific schools. This is much broader and different. So I'm going to say if you want to move something like this, defeat the committee's recommendation first. And once the committee's recommendation is defeated, you could move your amendment. But to me, this is different enough that it's pretty contrary to the intent that I think the committee did, especially given the debate that we had. So I'm not saying you can't put your motion on the floor, but I'm saying you got to defeat what's there first from the committee, and then you can move the amendment. And so I'm going to rule that, and people can challenge that if they like, but it's my opinion that this is different from what the committee forwarded enough that we should defeat the committee's recommendation and replace it with this, which I would allow you to do, but that's the order that I'm going to rule that you would have to do to proceed.
Okay, I'll take the chair's move on that, so.
Okay, so we won't have the amendment now, but good job of everybody knowing where you want to go. So if you want to speak to the main motion, I assume you're probably speaking against it but do you want to speak now, or because you haven't spoken to the main yet? You'll wait? Okay, who wants to speak to the main motion then? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm going to take this opportunity to speak to the main motion, and I've circulated some additional material to colleagues this morning via email so that you had the visual representations that I am going to be referring to. And I would say that I appreciate your ruling, Your Worship, because otherwise I would have felt the obligation to challenge the chair on that, because I see where Councillor Ferreira wants to go, but I do think that that's substantively different than what's before you today. And I want to start with really underscoring something really, really key to this. Anything other than what we have before us from the committee would actually potentially also run contrary to the motion passed by the Thames Valley District School Board in February of this year. And in their first motion, they were very specific about the detail of logistics for a 2-year pilot in collaboration with the Thames Valley District School Board, London Transit Commission, and the City of London to provide students entering grade 9 at Clark Road Secondary School. So it was very specific. The motion passed by the school board at their meeting. They also passed a motion to submit a delegation request, and obviously we received their delegation at committee, and that the chair write a letter on behalf of the trustees to the province of Ontario, which again, they indicated to us when they presented their delegation that they have done. So this morning I circulated some supplementary information to colleagues, including a slide deck that illustrated the nine transit routes that feed Clark Road Secondary School, that literally drop students off 200 meters from the front door at Argyle Mall, where we have, although we don't have the designation, I would actually like the designation of a transit village, but we don't have a designation there, although I think it'd be an appropriate place to have one. However, 9 routes feeding that school. I also circulated to you 3 photos that were taken this morning from my own front yard where transit has a stop, because we've heard some things about crush load capacity. And these were taken at 7:38. I time-stamped them on the title, so They were all between 7:30 and 8 a.m. And you can see that not only did we not have people standing in the buses, there were actually empty seats on the buses. This would be the time period at which students would be traveling to Clark Road. So based on, that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and seeing with your own eyes is believing, there is capacity on these routes. Now, I will say that other routes may have higher ridership than the 7 does currently. Although the 7 is so convenient that it's actually one of those routes I would identify as an inefficiency for the auditor, because right across the road from me on the north side of Wayville, we have 2 transit stops that are within 200 meters of each other at each end of East Lyons Park. But if other routes are at a higher capacity, I would hazard that those would be the 94 and the 2, which both run along Dundas and which are unlikely to pick up a whole lot of students because there's not a whole lot of residential on Dundas heading to Clark Road. It's back in the neighborhoods. It's on the 35, it's on the 7, it's on the 3. That's where the students live, not along Dundas itself. So I really want to emphasize that if we do something that's not consistent with the board's motion, the board would have to go back, go through their process again, pass another motion, and we're guaranteeing that we're not doing anything this year. And again, both in the motion that Councillor Cuddy and I brought forward and in the board's motion, the striving is for effective of September of 2024. So if we're not doing it, then just don't do it. But let's not say that we're going to do something different and still have it in place for 2024, because we won't. That is really at the crux of this. I wanted you to see with your own eyes, there are capacity opportunities on these buses. There are seats available right now. There are opportunities to pursue this with the school board as a willing pilot project partner on this. So I'm asking you, stay with the committee's recommendation, move this forward. Let's try. I don't presume what the results are going to be. I know there'll be ridership slip, so some of the riders that are on these routes right now are already counted for because some of these students already have bus passes. By going through the school, they won't be purchasing those directly, they'll be getting them through the program. So there'll be some rider slippage. That's got to be factored in. But when we hear about crush loads, what we've got to really ask is where on the route? And the route that I'm referring to in the images that I shared with you, number 7, that goes all the way from Westmount Mall to Argyle Mall. It may be busy leaving Westmount Mall and coming through the downtown, but by the time it hits Highbury Ave, getting students to Clark Road, you've seen the images yourself. There's space on the buses. And that would be true with a lot of these. There may be crush loads at a peak point in the route, but it is where those crush loads are that matter. Not because they're not for the whole route. People get on and off the bus. And because the hourly average might be a percentage doesn't mean that every stop along the way is that case. And so when you look at the Clark Road catchment area, when you look at the 9 routes that serve the students at Clark Road, you're not going to find, respectfully, a better school in the Thames Valley School Board system to try this at. There are other schools that are going to have 4 routes, 5 routes, but not 9. So I'm asking you to support the committee recommendation today. Let's try it. We can adjust if we need to along the way.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Chair. I did take a look at the pictures that were sent to us, and I would identify that that is Route 7, as the Deputy Mayor has clearly indicated, and that is actually the least concerned route for me, because he is correct. That route stretches beyond, outside of the catchment area of Clark Road Secondary School. It goes all the way up here, and it's not a route that I'm necessarily concerned with. The routes that I'm concerned with would be Route 35, Route 5, Route 3, and like if we look at Route 35, that is within the attendance area of Clark Road Secondary School. The full route is within the attendance area. So that route will definitely be used if we use this project. And that route at peak time in the morning, 6 to 9 in the morning, is 134% capacity. At peak time in the afternoon, 2 to 6 p.m., is 150% capacity. That's a full bus load and people standing. And when we start if we start considering, students coming on these buses that are already at capacity, they're carrying bags, they're carrying instruments, you're going to have less space to stand in the bus. And what are you going to see with that? You're going to see our current ridership being crowded out again, like we've been discussing previously. That's the concern. If we look also to the ability for LTC to put in a tripper bus or anything like that, they don't have that. We simply just don't have the bus. Right now, tomorrow, actually at the commission, we're going to be going with a staff recommendation for an RFP that came through to purchase new replacement buses for the LTC. And what's really interesting in that report is the lead time for that is 16 months. There is no way we are going to get a new bus and without waiting less than 16 months. And that is also completely pivoting on the fact that the global supply chain or any type of supply chains that will involve that type of assembly or the buses themselves is going to be in order, and we're not going to have any issues with that. And we all know that, you know, our supply chains, especially lately, have been a little bit in flux. So 16 months would be the earliest time. That means we're not going to hit that deadline, and that means that we're going to potentially, especially on this route specifically, we're going to crowd out current riders. So that's an issue for me. Route 5 has the same issues, not as much, but it's still at capacity at the afternoon peak. Route 3 has the same thing. So this is what I'm saying. I understand that the TVDSB has done good work. They've identified the school that works for them, but we need the LTC to also identify the routes and the capacities and work together. So there's a range here. There's, you know, when we're working in collaboration to find a pilot project that actually works, there's going to be a range. We're going to have the ideals of the TVDSB. We're going to have the ideals of the LTC. That's all driven by data, and we're going to find that middle ground. That's what the compromise is. That's what it's all about. This is why I will not be supporting this, and this is why you saw the motion that we brought that I'm hoping that we can actually approve. These are the concerns that I have. I'd also say, you know, like, looking at buses that may not be at capacity, you know, pictures speak 1,000 words, but the location where those buses were taken were, you know, for this situation, are within walking distance of the school. So any students that may be using the bus at that location may not be getting on the bus. They may walk. So that's, I guess, where I'll stop it for now. But I do hope that we can vote this down because, you know, if we're looking for a pilot project that is supposed to not only be successful, but also be able to have the ability to expand and be successful in that expansion in the future, you know, this is why we need to have both parties at the table to be able to come up with this pilot project. So this is the intent that I would like to see. I'd like to see us move forward and actually build a pilot project that would definitely be successful, that will absolutely be able to be expanded. And this is what I'm asking of council to do. So I'm hoping that we can vote this motion down as it is, and I'm hoping that we can approve the motion that I hopefully can be able to bring to the floor.
Okay, other speakers? Councillor Cuddy, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I'd like to remind my colleagues that these are hourly averages, and school lets out at 2:30, not at 6 or 6:30. So we wouldn't be seeing crush loads at those times. I'd also like to mention something, that this isn't a novel project that Deputy Mayor Lewis and I have created with the Thames Valley District School Board. This is actually a proven program that has succeeded in Halifax, in Kingston, I believe in Saskatoon. I also think in BC. So we have there's actually a track record of success, and you know, despite the councillor's best efforts to maybe prolong this, as Deputy Mayor Lewis said, we will never have an opportunity to get this launched this year. And we also have a willing partner, I might add, in the TVDSB, and they are willing to work with us to make sure this is a successful program. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this. This is something that's really important for our city and important for our students. Thank you.
I have Councillor Stevenson next, and then Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. You know, while I appreciate my colleagues working on this project, I have said, and I said at committee, that I'm stupefied, really, how LTC wasn't part of this. And to have a willing partner in TVDSB is one thing, but to not have LTC and some of the comments feel disrespectful to a commission that again isn't here to defend itself again. So we heard concerns about the capacity on the buses. We heard concerns about the route and the timing. And I'm not going to support this motion. I will support the one by Councillor Ferreira if it comes forward, because I do think that if we truly are wanting to have a high school pilot project, we'd be better to have a bit more space and generalization in the wording of the motion to allow LTC's input and have something come forward. Otherwise, it could not go forward just because we've been too specific without including them, which really I thought there'd be some general policy or collegialness about that we would include the party who's actually going to have to run this. So I'm a little concerned about the rush on this. It was an added agenda item. You know, we saw it 24 hours before it came to committee. We haven't heard from LTC. What we have heard on the news is that they do have several, you know, fairly major or very major concerns with this. So as much as I appreciate my colleagues' efforts on this, I will not be supporting it.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I did support the Deputy Mayor's motion at committee, but I had grave concerns that the LTC was not part of the conversation and that we should hear back. I agree, Councillor Cuddy, it's a great program. For sure, I think we want a program in our city and for our students. So my concern is that we're not the experts. As a former commissioner of LTC, I would like to hear what LTC has. The fact that the Thames Valley District School Board supported a route on Clark Road, that's well and good. Doesn't mean that we have to follow that recommendation. It's a pilot project. Pilot projects can start at any time. So if this recommendation coming out of committee is defeated, I will be supporting the Councillor Ferrer's motion and underlining the importance that LTC should be here at this table, and I think it will do that, and I will not be supporting the committee recommendation.
Councillor Preble.
Thank you. So at the committee meeting, I did not support this, and I didn't support it because of the comments that were made in regards of the LTC. And I do think that the worst decisions are made always what I call about you, without you. And that's how I felt with the LTC and with this TVDSB. Having said that, there is another second motion that potentially is going to come forward. But when I found out, guess what? It wasn't consulted with LTC either. So we really don't have, I have some feedback after the first one. I did have a chance to speak to the LTC, but I did not get a feedback on the second one. But bottom line is this. If I look at it this way, if we go with the second one, nothing is happening this year. For me, the most important is LTC, their data, their study, their feasibility when it comes back to us. The first motion gives us a chance to start something this year. If we go with the second one, either way, it's not happening. So we are not losing any time. So I'm looking at it pragmatically. I will support it. I will support this motion that's out there because that's the only thing that potentially gives us a chance to start this September. With the second one, we got nothing to lose, nothing to gain. If LTC comes back to us and they say, Clark Road is not in, it doesn't make sense for us, it's not gonna work, we can still go to the B and we can figure it out because it's not gonna happen this September. But one thing I wanna add is that even if I certainly hope whatever we select is gonna be successful, but I wanna say one thing, and I said it already last week, I do not agree with zero fees for the riders. And I also don't agree that TVDSB shouldn't be looking, or either board which will take advantage of it, they certainly should be looking into decreasing the number of yellow buses, school buses, because we got to save the money somewhere for the taxpayer. But again, option B, that if we decline this one, nothing is happening this year. If we accept it, we have a chance this year. With B, we have nothing to gain. Nothing is happening this year. Please consider it that way, and I'm the one who actually voted against it last week. Thank you.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I won't be supporting the motion that's in front of us today, and alternatively, hoping that the committee defeats what's on the floor so that we can address the additional, what was going to be an amendment, but is coming as a separate motion. And I'll explain why. First, with the utmost respect and gratitude to my colleagues, as is stated in the letter as well, and to the trustees at Thames Valley District School Board. I appreciate the willingness and desire to move quickly on this matter, and I appreciate the sincere effort to get bus passes into hands of students this fall. I think that's a great starting point for the conversation around an MOU. However, I do not think that without the input fully of LTC on where and how, it's fair for us to move forward with the discussion. Within the feasibility study discussion with LTC, and again, this is from my conversation with LTC following our meeting, my understanding is that the numbers that were given, the information that was supplied to Thames Valley District School Board at the time was only a one-way conversation at the time. It was, here's some routes that had opportunity or had space, but that was in the summer of 2023. And what we've seen is that that has changed. That picture has changed for LTC, that's my understanding. Concerning, though, for me, is that their commission hasn't had a chance to have a fulsome discussion about this matter. My understanding is there's an opportunity for that to happen, a verbal update coming this month, and then tomorrow, and then a report in May. So again, I think they want to move expeditiously as well on this. So again, a shared goal. But when you have two partners that come to the table and then try to bring the other along, especially one that has a very large role in the rollout of this, I think that it can sometimes muddy the waters. It can create issues on how the project or the pilot rolls out. So again, wanting to ensure that the work happens and ensure that it moves forward, I think that just by removing some of the conditions and making it more open-ended so that everyone can come to the table with a solution that's proposed in the MOU allows for that discussion equal footing as that discussion's taking place. So again, I won't be supporting what's in front of us for that reason. I appreciate that, you know, there was some thought given to the routes. I appreciate that there were some thoughts given to even how we go about the student annual transit pass agreement with and directionally looking at how that's done at other institutions. But again, I want to point to the fact that those passes are for all riders. And this motion, as it stands right now as a pilot project, is not for all riders, nor do we have a funding source that points to it being in the future for all riders. So for that perspective as well, I do think that we need to look at that from the perspective of how do we ensure that there is part of that objective to make it for all riders as part of the underlining MOU and the philosophy moving forward. So again, I just wanted to crystallize that for our discussion around an MOU, because I do think that that piece is very important to everyone within the system. But again, I do think respectfully, we have to hear from LTC.
Any other speakers? Okay, so this is on the committee's recommendation. We've had debate on that. I know if it's defeated, we can entertain the other motion. If it passes, then that's the decision. So we're voting on the committee's recommendation currently, and I'll open that vote.
Closing the vote, motion carries 8-6.
Okay, so the committee's recommendation carries. I'll go back to the Deputy Mayor on the report generally.
That completes the 8th report of SPPC, and I will turn it back over to you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Cuddy, this is your chance now on the added report of CSC. So I'll let you present that.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. We've been busy at Corporate Services. We had an 8th special meeting of Corporate Services Committee, and we only had one item on the agenda, 4.1, and I'd like to respectfully move that motion. Thank you.
Okay, so the whole committee report on the floor. Is there any discussion or questions on that? All right, seeing none, we can open that for voting. Just a small technical issue. We'll be ready to open the vote in a couple seconds.
Councillor Stevenson? Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0, noting that Councillor Hopkins has left.
All right, thank you for that. Deferred matters, we have none. Inquiries, seeing none. There's no, oh, wait, we got one. Go ahead, Councillor Robbins, sorry.
Thank you, and through you, and sorry for the last minute nature of the inquiry, but I did want to follow up on the train fire that took place yesterday downtown. My understanding, and again through media reports, is that we had a very swift reaction by 25 of our firefighters, and thank you for their service. But I'm just wondering, my inquiry is related to what information is being shared with the city and how we will be learning from this experience and what next steps do we see taking place.
Just looking, I'm trying to see where do you want me to start? Mr. Parody, go ahead.
So thank you for the question. Through the chair, our emergency management staff are currently in the process of scheduling a debrief with all the partner agencies, first responder services, and CPKC staff to bring them all to the table and see what lessons learned that we can take away from this to move forward with.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. I look forward to learning more. I think there are some significant concerns coming from the community, specifically around chemical releases in the air, potential harm, as well as how we respond as a city, what kind of notifications people were given in the area, whether or not they were receiving notices from emergency management about avoiding the area, and et cetera. So I do think that there are some key learnings. I do think there are ongoing discussions that need to happen with CPKC as to their responsibility when they are within the cities and they have level crossings like this. I think that the expectation from the public is that more will be heard in the coming days.
I know, Mr. Perry, I think Deputy Chief Hayes is on the line too now, so I'm not sure if he has any additional context. I know that there's a well-organized, very comprehensive debrief happening. I'll see if there's any additional information you can give us at this time based on Councillor Rahman's inquiry.
Yes, through the chair. So all of the fire incident, fire-related communications, any communications that come up from the incident commander on scene, whether it's police on scene first or fire on scene first, those are typical questions that the actual organization would answer. So yes, Deputy Chief Hayes is with us that can provide a little bit further information on the communications piece if you wish.
Deputy Chief Hayes, I'll look to you if you have anything to add to that.
Thank you very much. I would further add that in our normal communications for any significant event that will be happening within the city, our normal operations would be to provide information through social media, through media sources that we have, and then through our key contacts within the city administration as well, to pass on to their respective groups. And so that, in this case, with this train, that happened as well. And unfortunately, been later at night, does not, we're able to put out messaging about staying indoors if at all possible and avoiding the area.
All right, Councillor Rahman, any other inquiry?
Thank you, and I appreciate that, members of council. We just received communication this afternoon at 3 o'clock about this, but I just again wanted to note that you know, I do think we should have protocols in place and have some more notice because residents were quite concerned, and I appreciate the follow-up from this conversation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other inquiries? Okay, Councillor Trousseau?
May I follow up on the last one?
Is it the same inquiry?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to briefly say that I too received a lot of concern from people, particularly in the southern part of my ward that gets closer to Oxford Street, and I do want to commend the work of our fire services. That goes without saying. Having said that, though, I have a lot of concerns here about the relationship between the city and the railroad, and I know that it's often said that this is a matter of federal jurisdiction, so there's not much we can say about it. But coming off of this, though, I'm wondering, would this be community and protective services if we were going to get a report in terms of our relationship with the railroad going forward, or would it be SPPC, or where would that go?
Through the chair, Community and Protective Services covers emergency services encompassing emergency management, EMS, fire services, and police. So I would suggest CAPS would be appropriate.
Well, thank you. I like that answer because I'm on CAPS and I'm very interested in this question. So thank you very much. I mean, there are a variety of other questions that I could raise, which I'm not going to do. This is just an inquiry. This is not a committee report. Some of them may even involve going into closed session. So I'm just going to leave it at this for now, just to say I anticipate that many of my constituents expect me to be giving them information beyond what's in the press releases, and I would just like to be as prepared as possible to be able to do that. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll just remind colleagues, inquiry is to ask a question, get an answer. It's not like it isn't a committee meeting. We're not going to make a bunch of decisions off of it. We can make one kind of motion based off of it. But appropriate use of asking a really timely question while we're at council to get a quick answer. There'll be obviously lots more opportunity through the committee structure to either receive more information, and it doesn't need to wait for the committee structure. If there's more information that's going to be put out to the community, I know the emergency services have that capacity to do so as well. So I think you'll see a number of pieces here. So thank you, colleagues, for the question today. I think that that helps with the initial questions that people might be feeling. It gives you a little more sense on the process to get some more details. With that, I think we've moved past inquiries and we're on to emergent motions. There are none. Bylaws. I know we for sure have to deal with 134 separately based on a declared conflict. I'll look to see if colleagues want any of the other bylaws dealt with separately. Otherwise, I'm going to do the rest of them together. Councillor Trousseau.
I would like 113.8 Bill 132 with respect to 735 Wonderland Road pulled separately.
Okay, so I think if it's the Wonderland roads piece, there's 132 and 152 relate to that. So you want those two dealt with separately?
The two of them could be together, but separate from everything else. Yeah.
Absolutely. So 152 and 132. Okay, anything else separate? Okay, then let's try to do everything with the exception of 132, 134, and 152. Those will be dealt with after, but we'll put everything else on the floor, if that's okay with everybody. Any other changes before I get that ready? Councilor Van Meerberg, I see your screen on. Are you going to make a change, or am I okay to go proceed?
I was just prepared to move in favor.
Excellent, okay.
And that, you're moving everything except for the ones identified, right?
That's correct. So you're willing to move that?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yes, I will.
Thank you for doing that. Seconder for first reading of all those, Councilor Ferreira. Okay, we're going to open that for voting as soon as it's ready. Councilor Trousseau, your mic's still on. If you could just turn that off for me.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Okay, second reading of all those. I see Councilor Lehman willing to move that. Councilor Cuddy's willing to second that. Any discussion on second reading? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Lewis. Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Okay, third reading, which includes all of those numbers plus the third reading of a drainage bylaw, which we've had before, where we do third reading at a different time. So everything we just did plus the drainage one, look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councilor Hillier and seconded by Councilor Pelosa. That's third reading, so we'll just open it for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
All right, next we'll do the Wonderland Road stuff, the two bills together. So I'll look for a mover for those two. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Hillier. All right, we'll open first reading.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-2.
All right, second reading of these two, I'll look for a mover. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Any discussion? Councillor Trossau.
I won't repeat everything I said through the chair in my first 5 minutes, plus what I said on the amendments. I just want to make sure that it's clear that everybody who's listening to this understands my ongoing concern, not just about this particular bylaw, but others that are certainly likely to come up. And I think by passing this today, we aren't over the hump in terms of this type of issue. We have to address this. And in my view, we have to address this in a more fulsome way than we have done. And I'll just leave it at that for today.
All right, any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the second reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-2.
Third reading, moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Pribble. We'll open third reading for voting.
Motion carries 11-2.
All right, first reading of Bill 134, which is the application to expropriate land related to the East London Link project. Look for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Trossau. We'll open first reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10-2 with one recuse.
All right, second reading on this. Councillor Ferreira, Councillor Frank. Any discussion on second reading? Okay, seeing none, we'll open second reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10-2 with one recuse.
Third and final reading of this, moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Ferreira. We'll open that third reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10-2 with one recuse.
All right, that concludes bylaws. We have a motion to adjourn. I'll look for someone to move that. Councillor Ferreira, seconded by Councillor Frank. We can do this one by hand. All those in favor?
That motion carries.
All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.